AJC with the gold today. Followed very closely by Coffin Ball and Baby Jewels, and just out of the money is EB.
Morning, everybody.
Hey, Mongo, I don't think I've seen you in a while. T. Haynes, Wancho? I know. And although the Mountain West has said they're done after Northern Illinois. So, I mean, if you're them, are you really going to, well, 1AA, but what was that, their 10th title in FCS?
Yeah, 10th in 14 years.
Yeah, that's not bad. That'll work. They've been in the final, I think, 12 or 13 of those 14 years. Yeah, ambient, isn't it great? Isn't it great? And this is where, I mean, you're not going to win a championship or anything like that, but this is where you're like, could we win one? One would be great. Could we win one? This is where you get a little greedy.
So my computer that I used for today was a day win restarted when I got here this morning. And I think it had erased everything that I did at 4:30 this morning.
Oh, great. That's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
No, but I thought they'd win the first playoff game against Atlanta.
All right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this first Tuesday of 2025. Full show lined up for you, but first, how the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Hope your week got off to a good start yesterday. Mark, did the young lady head to school for the first time in seemingly 3 months yesterday?
She did, and upon picking her up, she said, "I'm ready for another month off."
Oh, for
good to
goodness
see
sake.
that she has hit the lazy button just like her father at one point.
Wow. Well, 6 whole hours of education, and she's ready for more time off.
Ready for a break.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Boy, these next 8-9 years, they should just fly by.
Oh,
they?
I can't wait.
Yep. Hope everybody and who has children who are going to school in your life, and some people around the country yesterday ended up. I mean, can you imagine? You've had 2+ weeks off, and there are large sections of the country yesterday who had a snow day.
That was a lot of upset mothers in the upper Midwest, David.
Oh, I'll tell you. I think Maryland had it, and a few other mid-Atlantic states. I mean, Kentucky had a storm over the weekend. I think Kentucky's getting snow on Friday. I mean, Dallas, apparently East Texas is going to get hit with a big storm the rest of this week. It's apparently, Mark, it's winter out there.
It's a polar vortex, David.
Yes, it is. I knew it. Right? Even my mother chastised me. Mark, what did I do yesterday?
You bet against the Bison.
Right. North Dakota State, Fargo, where I spent 5 great years. I waxed poetically about my time in the Red River Valley. Loved the people there. All right. And the Bison have become a dynasty at the 1AA level. And I just thought that the other team was better. I had people who I still know who cover North Dakota State who said, yeah, the other team's better. And then when I watched them play, I thought, I think the other team's better. And Mark, they talk about championship pedigree. And one team was ready to play at kickoff last night, and the other team was like, oh, this is a championship game. Oh, what's this all about?
This is different. This isn't normal football.
Wow.
This is a championship game. How do we react?
These lights are bright. What do we do? And by the time they got their head out of there, the Bison were up 21-3, and they said, we can finish it from here. Their 10th title in 14 years.
Is that good?
It seems really good. It's apparently so good that there are a lot of people in the Red River Valley who want North Dakota State to make the leap.
Man, I wish I could hold a public forum to discourage them. And I know, and David, who I'm going to go back to? App State. They made the jump. They were a perennial power at that level for many a year.
Yeah. They
made the jump, have made a bowl game almost every year that they've advanced to the top level.
Yeah, they've done a great job.
An incredible job.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't played for any titles.
No, and they likely won't. I mean, now with the new playoff format, in theory, they could win their conference and be one of the top 5 conference champions and get a spot in the playoff. Who knows what that'll mean in the future? Will it mean a home game, or will it just mean a spot in the playoff? Right now, it means a first-round bye in most cases, 4 out of 5 anyway. But something happened while we were doing shows, but last week you had New Year's and New Year's Eve, and the week before that, Christmas and Christmas Eve. I don't know if you saw the news. I think it was late last week. Northern Illinois is leaving the MAC.
Right. They're heading to the Mountain West for just football, right, David?
Correct. For just football, and then they're going to play the rest of their sports in the Horizon, which geographically is a pretty darn good fit. I mean, they don't think they're going to spend $10 more playing their other sports in the Horizon than they will for the travel they had to do in the MAC. And most every school in the MAC is located in Ohio and Michigan. If you take Northern Illinois out of the equation, you got Buffalo and you got, Bowling Green, I think.
And that's in
Otherwise,
Ohio.
what?
Bowling Green's in Ohio.
I thought Bowling Green was in Indiana.
Well, there's one in Indiana, there's one in Kentucky, but Bowling Green University's in Ohio.
Oh, darn. All right. So here's the money. You tell me. Now, the Mountain West did come out and say, we're not taking any more members. And I think North Dakota State, there were some that were hoping to join the Mountain West. Now, I guess, what would you join? I mean, in theory, I guess you could join the Pac-12 that's trying to, become the Pac-12 again. But in all likelihood, you'd be joining what? Conference USA? And their TV deal's not as good as this. Here's the Mountain West TV deal. $5 million a year. The MAC TV deal is between $800,000 and $1.2 million. So you're making between 4 and 6 times more money making the jump if you're Northern Illinois. And if you think about it, you're only playing 4 road games. So in terms of added cost, it's 4 road games. No, yeah, those games will cost you a lot more money than road games in the MAC, but I mean, what, $250,000 more a game? I mean, will those 4 games cost you $1 million?
Even if they cost you $1.5 million, David, you're still coming out way on top.
Right. Now, it's tough to predict future media rights deals, but apparently the Mountain West has promised all the members that stayed, and now Northern Illinois, you will not make less than $3.5 million a year going forward. And I guess the MAC, is projected in their next TV deal to get $1.5 million a year per school. So you're still, if you're Northern Illinois, at worst case scenario in the near future, say the end of the decade, you're making $2 million more a year, leaving the MAC, playing your football in the Mountain West. And as to why Northern Illinois is appealing to the Mountain West, it's another time zone. So that's for, once again, Mark, what is this again?
It's the TV show, David.
Thank you, Mark. And we just need to have, time zones and slots for whoever it is who's going to be showing our games. So, but 10 natties in 14 years, and I think they've played for 2 or 3 others. I mean, they've been in the championship game 12 or 13 in the last 14 years. But I will say some people in the Red River Valley are bored. I mean, if you looked at their attendance, I mean, they hosted a quarterfinal and there were 10 to 12,000 people there in a 19,000 seat stadium, and it's indoors. So, I mean, and trust me, you can't blame the weather. You can't. If you live out there, you're used to it. It doesn't matter how cold it is, you go. I'm telling you. All right. The state was shut down one time, and there was an IBA basketball game. Literally, you broke the law if you went to the game. All right. You were breaking curfew. You were not allowed downtown. 1,800 people showed up for the game. I'm telling you, it just doesn't matter. But I mean, they are a little bored. We win. They showed up for the semifinal against South Dakota State. That's a longtime rival. And thousands of them went to Frisco, Texas, and were at the game last night. But you and I, now, according to the Mountain West, North Dakota State is out. We're not taking any more schools right now. Now, I think you and I might be able to be talked into it if the Mountain West said they'd take you.
Absolutely, because of the non-Power 4 conferences, the Mountain West is arguably the best.
Yes, and their champion just got the 3 seed. Now, I believe their champion's leaving for the Pac-12, right? I mean, there's a few of these schools that are getting up and leaving, and for the new constituted Pac-12. But anyway, so that's some of the, and someone who lives in the Red River Valley just in the Twitch chat room said, to be honest, we're also bored with the lack of competition. I mean, we pretty much sail through until deep in the playoffs. So, but yeah, 10 out of 14. And you and I have argued this is what FAU and FIU should be.
100%. I think there are a bunch of teams. If, the Eastern Michigans, the Central Michigans, the Western Michigans, these MAC schools that don't have the recruiting base that they did a generation ago because everybody left the state, would be far better off playing at that level where they could win championships instead of just being the occasional team that gets beat up by Michigan.
And obviously, they have 24 teams, I think, now in the FCS playoffs. I think 8 get buys, the top 8. And then they, just do it 9 against 24, 10 against 23, et cetera. And they just, so, that's how the playoffs go. And, in theory, I mean, you can have 4 losses and make the FCS playoffs. And, we've used North Dakota State as a model for a bunch of schools out there. And when they say, we want to go compete with the big boys, we go, why? What's wrong with being these guys?
More scholarships, more money, and no chance of getting it back has always been our philosophy.
So, I mean, 10th title in 14 years. It's amazing. It's awesome. They were a D2 power back in the day, but as the 90s were rolling along, they were just a solid D2 program. They'd make the playoffs. They made a few quarterfinals, but they were not competing for natties at the Division II level. And then they got into the 2000s and they decided, you know what? We're going to get serious about this. We're going to take it to the next level. And they have, needless to say. So there you have it.
10 of 14. Pretty damn impressive.
Yeah.
That's a dynasty, David.
Yes, absolutely.
That is a dynasty.
Yep. I mean, they go to Frisco, Texas so often that they know the places they're staying at, all right, the people who work there, the whole deal. Miller and Moulton. David Samson, Pat Kirwan, and Whit Watson to join us on a Tuesday edition of Miller and Moulton.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, thank you, Brown Chicken. Go Raiders, you need 2 subscriptions? Why doesn't... I mean, hockey's on ESPN Plus. So do you do Disney for others in your family?
Yeah, because you can just do ESPN Plus.
Because you could just do... I just do ESPN Plus. I don't... But yeah, there is a way. I mean, what? Hulu and Disney Plus and ESPN Plus in a bundle? I think technically I have the bundle, but
I do too.
I don't watch anything on Disney Plus, and I don't know if I've ever been on Hulu. I maybe tried to get on it once. Oh, DC, don't get me going about college hockey. College hockey needs to break away, form their own media deal. I think women's basketball should have broken away and done their own thing. I think hockey should break away and do their own thing. Instead, they're all part of that secondary ESPN deal. Although there is college hockey on like CBS Sports Network and
Big Ten Network.
Yeah. You just coming to this conclusion, 1313? I gave up on him yesterday, 1313. I'm done with him. Chris Perkins will probably chastise me tomorrow, but oh yeah, Chris Perkins on the show tomorrow. I didn't put that on the text. Seth, Bud, and Chris.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. David Samson to join us coming up at the top of the hour. The starting 5, a little more than 15 minutes away. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. You know, Mark, the owner of the Jags, who you've been kissing up to for about 15 years once you found out he had a home in Southwest Florida, thinking that, one day he's going to be listening to our show and he's going to hear you and he's going to go, that Mark Miller,
That's a jag.
that guy's tremendous.
He's one of us.
I got to hire him.
I've
Although
I've not kissed up as much.
No, not lately. Not lately. I will say, by the way, if he were listening at one point in time and come to the conclusion, I got to hire me that Mark Miller. What's the job? Never asked you that. You always wanted him to hire you for what?
Personal assistant.
Okay. I don't know how you do that interview, but listening to somebody on the radio and go, that'd make a great personal assistant. But now listen, you can criticize Shad Khan. I mean, the Jags record with him as owner, it's not good. It's not. And he's made some hires and not good. But you know what is good? He lets the media that he is paying for rip the team. He has no problem with it. This isn't Jerry Jones saying, hey, if these questions keep up, I'm going to get rid of you. I'm going to cancel this segment. I mean, there's a thing called Jaguars TV, and Mia O'Brien is on Jaguars TV, and she does a good job. And she's doing an interview with Trent Baalke on the left and Shad Khan on the right, split screen. And with Baalke right there on camera, she asked the owner, so what happens if you get a coaching candidate who says, listen, we need to do health and wellness differently. We need to do this differently. I'm not crazy about working with Baalke. Okay, what would you do? Now, she asked it with Baalke's right there. Okay, and Khan said, well, if the guy makes a good case, then I'll follow his lead. Okay, once again, Baalke's hearing this. All right, that's his boss. And at the beginning of the day, the boss was like, no, we're not making any changes. And by the end of the day, the boss was like, well, if the candidate makes a good case. But I'm serious. I mean, our buddy JP Shadrick, he hosts a show with Tony Baselli and Pete Prisco.
Pete Prisco annihilated the organization yesterday for keeping Baalke. Annihilated them on X.
He's been
one post after another.
Right. He's been annihilating them since October. All right. And he's on a weekly show talking about the Jags. And they take calls and everything. What do you think those calls have been like this year, Mark? A 3-14 season. What do you think the calls have been?
If they get calls, I mean, that's to the point where I think the Jags are. I don't know if the phones are ringing by the end of the year because I don't know who's paying attention, but none of them are positive.
Well, that's just it. You only have to have 3 people listening. All right. They all decide to call in. You know what the calls are going to be. So, and with us, that goes, I don't know if it goes a long way, but that goes somewhere. In this day and age where teams and sports and leagues only want propaganda, okay, any owner who's willing to, say, hey, no such thing as bad publicity, and, they need to be able to vent, and, it comes with the territory. Went 3-14. What are they going to say? We're terrific? No. Going to question what we're doing.
Yeah.
Got my vote. Nice little 2-putt from 25 feet for birdie on a par 5 right there. Nice approach. All right. Way to go. Nice lag, tap in. Well done, sir. Well done. You got to find that video, though. You got to see Baalke's face. He starts, he's looking at the camera. By the end of the question, while Mr. Khan's talking, his head's going down. You're like, oh, boy, this ain't good.
Baalke's been there since 2011.
I know. He was there before I think Khan bought the team. Either that or he was like one of his first hires. Yeah, I know. But thought that was relevant because, the story broke during our show yesterday that Peterson got fired. And the reaction was like, wait, only Peterson?
And that was the reaction, not just on our show. It was the reaction in Jacksonville, and it was a reaction nationally.
Yeah. And so by the end of the day, Mia O'Brien, who works for Jags TV, asked the owner, her boss, I'm pretty sure it's his signature on her check. And
he doesn't do a ton of interviews either.
Right.
Khan's not Jerry Jones. He's not holding pressers after the games.
No.
He lets his football people run his football team.
Right. He's not, he's not negative towards the media. He just, it doesn't feel that really it's his place. Even when they were, bucking for money for big stadium repairs, he had his president do most of the, TV stuff and attend the meetings and all that. So anyway, I thought that was relevant, though. By the end of the day, whether he was paying attention to the national narrative or not, by the end of the day, it was like, well, I'm married to the guy, but we can get a divorce.
And a quickie divorce at that, if need be.
Right. If
I would think that every agent whose client potentially could be interviewed for the Jags job has seen this interview.
Well, I thought he was doing his organization a disservice because I think there would naturally be a couple of candidates who would be like, well, I was kind of interested in the Jags gig. I think I can do something with Trevor Lawrence, and competing in the AFC South is kind of the way to go. But, oh, man, Balky? I got to live with Balky? I don't know.
And Balky has a reputation of not working well with others. And somehow he has been able to convince his boss that it's not his fault and that it's the coach's fault. And that's remarkable.
And obviously, when you've drafted in the top 5 as often as the Jags have during Balky's tenure, tough to make the case that you're doing a great job. That's why, in a strange way, Mark, I give the owner of the Giants credit yesterday, because they've gone from 9 wins to 6 wins to 3 wins in the 3 years that the GM and the coach have been together. What other conclusion can you come to that we're trending in the wrong direction? The roster is at best even with the roster he inherited. At best. And the owner's keeping him. And you can understand why Giant fans are like, what the heck? What do you have to do to get fired?
But he's almost put an ultimatum on them to get better quickly, or he's going to fire him. So here they are in a spot where they might be drafting a quarterback, and the coach is basically dead man walking.
And not only that, the NFC East teams next year have a very difficult schedule. NFC East teams, their crossover divisions are the NFC North and the AFC West. The 2 divisions that both had 3 playoff teams in them. So, how many more games do you think the Giants are going to win next year? How many times do you think they'll be favored?
Well, they won't be favored in any of their division games. Maybe they'll get the Bears at home.
Miller and Moulton. The starting 5 is next. David Samson at the top of the hour. Pat Kirwan in a little more than an hour. Miller and Moulton.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So why does everybody hate Hogan again? What's up with that?
Is the poll question just as simple as will you watch the
TGL.
TGL?
Yep. I guess it is that tomorrow golf league. Yes. No. What is the TGL? Tomorrow golf league.
What's it on, ESPN?
Yeah. 9
9
o'clock.
o'clock ESPN.
Did not see that, Baxberg. Did Tyreek Hill Photoshop it, or did somebody else Photoshop it? Funny, Pius. Nice. See what you did there.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. David Samson, after a 3-week hiatus, joins us for the first Tuesday of 2025. Poll question. By the way, we're going to have a poll question sponsor for the next 2 months, you know.
I do.
Don't sound so enthused. I mean, you sound like Rory McIlroy talking to Scott Van Pelt trying to promote this TGL. I mean, boy, he did not do a good job. I mean, they gave him an audience and everything. And it's just in, Rory. That taped interview was going to run during an NFL game. And there's actually going to be a few people watching.
And you seem so enthused.
Right. Right. But so, yeah, the Swamp Buggy races are going to sponsor our poll questions for the next couple of months. We're actually going to be giving away tickets to the races, okay, through the text line, 21,000.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
It seems like it's great, and I love the Swamp Buggy races. You know that. I've been out there. I think it is a great event for Southwest Florida.
Yep.
But David and I both now sell the show.
Right.
David has sold a package that means far more work for Mark.
Absolutely. Very little work for David.
None.
No,
really.
well,
I mean,
a little bit. I'd come up with the package. All right. And, and I got but virtually no work. It's like 98-2. Right. Yep. So, okay, Rory, I understand now. I do. So that's coming up.
If anybody out there wants to sponsor the show, we have a segment that we do every day, and we've done it every day now for years. It's unsponsored. It's known as
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
I think it's the sponsor's way of letting us know it's just not very good. It's every day, but I just don't know how good it is.
critical part of the show. Longest segment that we do on one thing.
That is true.
Every day.
Top stories of the day, what you may have missed. Yep. What you may have missed in the NFL, firings and non-firings. All right. Jags fire head coach Doug Peterson, but keep general manager Trent Baalke. Although owner Shad Khan said in an interview late yesterday, well, I mean, if the new person doesn't want him, I could be talked into it. Bengals fire defensive coordinator Lou Anarumo. He was interviewing for head coaching jobs just a couple years ago. But another 9-8 season, missed the playoffs. My guess is Bengals ownership said to Zach Taylor, you stay, but somebody's got to go. We're not happy. So it was defense coordinator Lou Anarumo. The Bears have publicly said, hey, we want to interview Mike McCarthy. Jera, is that okay? I mean, his contract's up. I mean, can't we talk to him now? His last game was Sunday, right? Can't we talk to him? Yes, no, maybe so. Green Bay wide receiver Christian Watson, torn right ACL, obviously, done for the rest of this year. But think about it. The injury occurred first weekend of January. When do we think Christian Watson's going to be ready to play for the Packers in 2025?
October.
And he ain't going to be 100%. So, and next year's the final year of his rookie deal. So a very costly injury for Watson, but also a costly injury for the Packers. He averages 21 yards a catch. Rex Ryan, he's interviewing for the Jets job this week. He came out and said, I want no part of Aaron Rodgers. That country club act, forget it. If I'm the head coach, we're moving on. I'm done with this guy. So, well, good for him. I'm telling you, Rex is going to be a finalist for that job. I don't think people are going to be lining up for the Jets job. I don't. That owner's got a lot of damage to repair.
And as you mentioned, Joe Douglas on the inside is doing more damage to Woody Johnson internally on a daily basis.
Yeah. And not only that, I mean, they fired Robert Saleh 5 games into the year. I mean, if you're a coach, you're looking around going, do I really want to work for that guy? And they have the longest playoff drought in North American sports right now. A very serious story. 49ers cornerback Charvarius Ward. Yesterday's what they call trash bag day. You go in with your hefty bags, you throw all your stuff in your locker in them, you throw them in the back of your car, and you leave. Season's over when you miss the playoffs. So he's had an awful time. His 2-year-old daughter died of a blood condition in October, and he said, I'm traumatized by it, and every time I come back to California, I'm traumatized by it. I think I've had a lot of trauma in California. And, so when he was asked, because he's going to be a free agent, are you coming back? And the Niners want him. He's a good player. He has been as honest as you could be. He looked at the media and said, I got to leave the state, and the woman in my life, the mother of my child there, she ain't coming back. And I need to be with her. So, I mean, he all but said, I ain't coming back, but he listed the reasons why, and they're pretty damn serious. College football last night, North Dakota State, for the 10th time in 14 years, won the FCS, or the 1AA, national title. They led 21-3 at the half over top-ranked, unbeaten Montana State, and then held off the Bobcats 35-32. 10th title in 14 years for the Bison. Baseball. So the Rays came out. Apparently they sent the letter in late December. It was released yesterday. The Rays now support the city of St. Petersburg's $56 million in repairs to Tropicana Field, but they have said we need to be in that stadium for opening day in 2026. City of St. Pete has not given the full approval to do the repairs yet. Now, the expectation is they will, but they haven't yet. Reds acquired Gavin Lux from the Dodgers for a draft pick and an outfield prospect. Kansas City re-signs righty Michael Lorenzen on a 1-year, $7 million deal. The Mets said they're going to retire David Wright's number. Cohen's owned this team for 4 years. When he bought the team, they had 4 retired numbers. David Wright will now be the 10th number.
You're a Mets guy. Are these guys worthy of having their numbers retired, David?
David Wright is, I believe, the best position player in Mets history because he played his whole career with them. It was like 15 years, injury plagued at the end, but the Mets have an interesting history, Mark, in which they have a lot of guys who played 5, 6, 7 years with the Mets in their long, terrific careers. And the new owners decided, I'm retired. You know, he retired Gooden, okay, who I believe pitched for the Mets for 9 years or 10. You know, he retired Strawberry, who I think played 8 years with the Mets. You know, I mean, Keith Hernandez, who I believe played 8 years with the Mets. I mean, usually, if you look at other teams and other sports, you're playing 10 plus years to get your numbers retired. The Mets have an interesting history, besides of not winning, but also of letting their best players get away. I mean, hell, they lost Seaver twice. Unbelievable. And an interesting situation now going on in San Diego. Padres owner Peter Seidler died, all right, before last season. And it was one of the reasons why the Padres traded Soto, because they concluded without Seidler, they weren't going to be able to afford him. Well, Seidler has 2 brothers, and they immediately took over running the team. Yeah, Seidler's wife is like, have you guys read the paperwork? I mean, I've sat by here and let you guys run roughshod, but you don't own the team. I do. And now she's gone public and she's suing, and she's like, yeah, enough of trying to be nice. It's my team. It's right here in the paperwork, and I'm taking control of it, and I'm suing. That'll be interesting. College hoops, only one ranked team in action last night. 14th ranked Houston beat TCU by 19. South Florida on the road improved to 9-6. Nice win at Wichita State, 91-72. Mark, some Big Ten action. Wisconsin pulled away from Rutgers late, won by 12. And a wild one at the barn in Minneapolis. Ohio State needed 2 overtimes to beat Minnesota, 89-88. Yesterday was a Monday. The new college basketball rankings come out on a Monday. AP and coaches poll, top 5 remains the same. Tennessee, Auburn, Iowa State, Duke, and Alabama. Florida, who suffered their first loss of the year at Kentucky, 106-100, dropped 2 spots in both polls from 6th to 8th. Kentucky jumped in front of them in both polls.
That's good because they beat them.
Well, exactly. Basketball, Orlando went into New York and to the Knicks at 3rd straight loss, 103-94. Overtime in Sacramento, Heat had a 10-point lead going to the 4th, lost to the Kings in overtime, 123-118. 5th win in a row for Sacramento. Phoenix.
That's a good win for them playing back-to-back nights to come back from 10. That's a clutch win.
Exactly. They won the night before in Golden State by 30 and then came from behind late. Phoenix by 10 in Philadelphia over the Sixers, 109-100. Snaps the Suns' 4-game losing skid. Sixers are now 14-20 on the season. Memphis beat Dallas by 15, and Anthony Edwards with 37 as the T-Wolves edged the Clippers 108-106. Hockey, Bob was really good last night, made 31 saves, but gave up one just inside the blue line for the go-ahead goal, and then Colorado added an empty netter, 3-1 Avs over the Panthers. And the other games, well, I mean, they needed extra time. Buffalo in a shootout over Washington, 4-3. How about the Canadians? They've won 5 of 6 and 8 of 10. They've been a bad franchise for 4 years. They're above 500 now.
Yes, they are.
Montreal 5-4 in OT over Vancouver. And the Devils snap a 4-game skid. They beat Seattle 3-2. The Tomorrow Golf League debuts tonight on the 4-letter network. This is the Tiger Woods, Rory McIlroy Simulated Golf League. They were going to debut a year ago at this time, but the storm came through South Florida a couple years ago. Remember? Ripped their building totally to shreds. They had to rebuild it. So it debuts tonight. Simulated golf on television. Is this going to work?
I don't think so. I have a lot of reasons why I don't think this is going to work, David.
I've talked to a lot of golf people in my life, and they are unbelievably divided. And Mark, there seems to be no middle ground.
Well, a couple of things. The golf audience is old. This is going to run from 9 to 11 at night when most of their audience has gone to bed. They're trying to get a younger audience. Will they watch video game golf on television? I have no idea.
I will say they got big name people,
Yes,
including
they do.
Tiger, playing in it. And oh, by the way, in a couple hours, there's going to be a presser in which Helio Castroneves is going to announce that he's going to try to run in the Daytona 500. I love this. I mean, you got to be of a certain age, but AJ Foyt, Mario Andretti, they both won the Daytona 500. I love this. So, something to look forward to anyway. And at 8 minutes before the hour mark, that was the starting five. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
Our poll question today is about the TGL League. Will you be watching the TGL tonight at 9? And I even put the time and station on for everybody.
Boy, you're trying. You're helping.
I'm helping them. Will you
Right.
be watching the TGL at 9 p.m. on ESPN? Yes, no, what's the TGL? Right now, what's the TGL getting 75% of the vote?
Now, listen, people don't have to know what it is. They can still watch. They could watch to find out what it is. Right?
They could.
So now it's pointed out in our Twitch chat room from EB Hill during COVID, simulated NASCAR racing was a huge hit.
The entire country was on lockdown. If they put us all on lockdown and don't let us leave the house for the next 3 months, and maybe up north where it's cold and snowing, maybe this will take off. I don't think so.
All right. That's
I
our
love
poll
golf.
question.
I watch golf on TV. I
Yes, you
watched
do.
the Century this weekend, David, and I have zero interest in the Tomorrow Golf League. Miller and Moulton. David Samson is next. Thanks for listening.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous Cigar Bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning.
Morning, David.
How you guys doing?
Good. How are you? How was your little? Took a trip, didn't you?
I did. It was fine. Mediocre. Occasional doses of greatness surrounded by a bit of sickness, jet lag, and mediocrity.
Wow.
Every trip can't be the best, right?
That's a detailed report right there.
You'd have no frame of reference if everyone always said, "Oh, it was the best trip ever."
That is true.
Juancho wants to know how your toe is doing.
My toe and my pride are equally bruised and broken.
So did you interview Costas yesterday, or did he interview you?
I don't think I did anything with him yesterday.
Okay. Maybe somebody just watched it yesterday.
Yes, Dan and I interviewed him when he was doing his exit. He wanted to do an exit interview after he stopped calling baseball. He did a bunch of media and he did a long show with me and Dan.
Gotcha.
Which was great. But God, thank you for watching that. That may be a month or two old.
I will say, and I don't watch the Lebitard show very often. All right. It's just not, my day. All right. Because I actually like Dan. But the segment about will so-and-so go to your funeral?
Oh, it's the number one.
Drop dead funny.
That came out of a segment I did where I just came up with it right on the spot. We were talking about something. And I just remember saying, by the way, would you even go to his funeral? You're talking about him like he's this great person. And then we started laughing, saying, well, if I didn't have to fly. And then it's, if I had nothing else scheduled.
Right.
And then if it's against traffic.
Right.
Right.
Oh, my God. I love that.
And that game, it's one of the top games of that show's history because we continue to play it. We played it with Bob Costas on that interview when we were talking about eulogies. And Bob was like, hey, Dan, maybe you'll do my eulogy. And I was like, Dan, you won't even go to his funeral. What are you talking about? I'm not going to give his eulogy. It's a funny one.
Tell you what, it sobers you up pretty quickly when you cut right to the chase like that.
Oh, and it's a winner because it's honest. It's a raw game. Totally honest.
Yep.
It requires honesty by all players, and if you get that, then you get a funny bit of content.
Yep. Certain people, when you go, oh, no, I won't go. I'd send flowers, but no.
That's exactly that's the threshold.
Yep.
There's certain people you text the family immediately or call the family immediately. Others you wait a week. Listen, there's a whole system.
I just found it to be hysterical. You guys did one in the last 2 weeks. I saw it. Man, it was funny.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Most importantly, and David Samson. He have nothing personal with David Samson, the award-winning podcast Does it every damn day live at 8 a.m. and he rebroadcasts it at 10 a.m. on the DraftKings network. Where the hell have you been, by the way? We've done shows. You haven't been on them. What's going on?
I ended up going on it what I thought was a vacation. I went to Indonesia and to Japan, and everything was going great until I did my best Bill Murray imitation, and I couldn't sleep. I had amazing jet lag, and then I got some sort of norovirus, and I ended up losing a bunch of weight because I was sick as a dog, and it interrupted and hurt my vacation. So I must tell you that I saw some interesting things, obviously, but it was only a mediocre break. It was not restful at all. I was not able to regenerate. And then I stupidly flew back Sunday night and then started doing shows again yesterday. So I was a zombie. So this morning, and I'm glad I made it because I won't be late for you when I say I'm going to be here. I don't sleep to my alarm because I can't sleep. My alarm woke me this morning. I always use it as belt and suspenders. I didn't know where the hell I was. And that happens to me from time to time because if you travel a lot, it does.
Yep.
This one was scary. I did not know what country I was in.
Not supposed to grind on a vacation, David. It's supposed to be a vacation. It sounds like you were grinding, like you were running the Marlins still, for crying out loud.
So here's the deal. When I made a decision to fall in love with someone 18 years my junior, one of the things that was going to happen is that there was going to be way more grind than flop because she's young, adventurous, and loves to climb mountains and do stuff.
Right.
And I'm trying to keep up so as though I don't appear to be old.
Right.
But in fact, I wouldn't mind just sitting around and walking around for a couple hours a day and then getting into bed and watching a movie and going to a nice dinner. So there was no flop. It was all grind. And I was trying to show off for my girlfriend, and it ended up costing me dearly.
Is her nickname for you Leo? No.
I'm just thankful it's not Robert or Al Pacino.
I didn't go Belichick. I just went, I just tried to, find the middle ground there. Anyway, are you a resolution guy? Like, do you have a list of things to get accomplished this year or no?
Yeah, I do resolutions on nothing personal every year, and then I keep track of them. And sometimes I run them back when I don't do it. So for example, I had a resolution to spend one day alone with each of my children, like start to finish. And I think I may have given myself a yes on that one, even though I cheated by doing it with two of them at once. And I counted a day as like from 11 till 3 one day. So
hold on. You counted 4 hours as a day?
Listen, I thought that was a big period of time. They're busy people. I'm busy.
A Yankees Red Sox game is not a day.
They used to be, crying out loud. Thank God for the pitch clock. But yeah, I had a resolution to do a bunch of things, and some of them I do. And I try to do things that are interesting or reasonable to me. Like my resolution isn't, I want to be 6'3", or I resolve that I'm going to read 100 books so I can be part of this 100 book of the year Oprah club, because I know I'm not going to read 100 books. So I don't set myself up for failure, but yet I don't guarantee success.
Just curious off of resolutions, because it is the firing season in the NFL. We are getting rid of coaches. We are getting rid of GMs. We are keeping coaches and GMs. How Robert Kraft said it was the toughest thing I have ever had to do. When we all believe it was done before the game started, he was firing him. I don't think it was that tough. He wasn't that attached. He was only there a year. But how tough is it going through that end of the season? Should I keep him? Should I fire him type mode?
Let's just say that no matter how privileged you are and how little adversity you've had in your life, firing your coach would never make the top 20 of the toughest things anyone's had to do in their life. And the hyperbole that exists in these statements is at an all-time high now. The end of these statements, which are my favorite, wishing the well of the families of the guy you fired and great success in the future. There's nobody who fires anybody who says, man, I really hope it works out for you going forward so I can look like a jackass because you're a Hall of Fame coach and I fired you. No, you're rooting for them to not be head coaches again because you want to be right that you fired someone who couldn't do it. Secondly, the emotional decision to fire a coach after a big loss, where an owner doesn't take a minute to breathe and just does something with absolute impunity and does it with speed and recklessness, that can happen, but that's not the end of year firings. So all of these moves that get made on Sunday and Monday at the end of the football season, these have all been in the works. And lastly, I'm sick and tired of the statements from Stephen Ross and from John Mara and all of the people who are keeping their people, and they release full statements explaining what they're doing. You don't need to do that. Just don't fire somebody and meet the media and say, hey, disappointing year, 31 out of 32 teams end the year in a disappointed way. We've got the people in place we want. We can't wait to get going again next season. That's what I would do.
You don't think they owe the fan base an explanation?
No.
Why
an
not?
Explanation of what?
Well, I mean, in the Giants case, and I think also now growing quickly in the Dolphins case, in which people are like, you know what? I don't believe in these guys anymore. And so you're going to keep them, and yet you're going to ask us for our hard-earned money. You need to explain why I'm going to continue to write you checks if you're going to keep these yahoos.
And I'm going to say to you that you need to write checks to come to games and to give me your time, because you feel like we provide value for the price of your ticket, or for the value of your time when you watch us for 4 hours once a week, or sometimes 3 times in 12 days. But there's no way that I need to explain when I'm not making a decision. It's like explaining something in the absence. I don't need to explain that. If I'm firing someone, I'll tell you why. But then I have no credibility either when I do that, because I tell you that we're going a different direction because we want to bring competitive teams and sustainably winning teams to compete for championships year after year. There's like a playbook that people use when you release statements and fire coaches. And if you go back, and I do this on Nothing Personal because it makes me laugh, go look at the form of all of these statements that are made. They're all the freaking same. So what's genuine about that? If you're a fan, you should be insulted when you get a statement that says, oh, we've let go our coach because we believe that a different voice is needed. Well, really? No kidding. I'm just a little cynical about the whole Sunday, Monday firing situation, because in football, it is very difficult. There's so many one and done coaches. There's been one a year for the past 4 years, at least one a year. And to me, football is a sport where you need continuity more than any other sport, because it's really hard to put your system in place and have it work. And a year is not a good enough time to judge.
So without the letter, you're okay with what Ross did in Miami? The keeping continuity, even though it's not working.
Well, it's funny because I wouldn't have that sort of patience, and I didn't when I ran a team, because they've had complete failure year after year after year. But I understand why he's comfortable with them. I understand his role. Stephen Ross is involved. Don't kid yourself. And so he has a relationship where he believes in the way they communicate with Stephen, the way that they communicate with their players. He believes in the money that he spends, because God knows he spends money. But listen, I thank God every day for Steve Ross, because by frame of reference, he makes me look like not the worst executive in South Florida history sports, because at least I had a World Series. Stephen Ross hasn't won a playoff game, not one, and he's been around forever. So I root for that, because it continues to make me look better, and that's always a good thing.
You worked for an emotional owner.
Yes.
Did you ever fire somebody in which you knew it was a mistake as you were doing it? Okay.
Yes, Larry Beinfest, our GM. I was very upset when our owner decided to fire our longtime president of baseball operations, Larry Beinfest. We had won a World Series together. We had gone through it together. We had worked together since 1999, and this was 2014 maybe. And I understand the frustration in the new ballpark. We had not won, but I also understood why the reasons were that we weren't winning. I understood the role that our owner had played in personnel decisions. I understood the politics that were going on in the front office, where our president of baseball ops, his power had been usurped by other employees who were going over his head right to the owner. So I knew that there was a problem. But when I was told, and I was not consulted, I literally walked into the owner's office and he told me that he is about to fire Larry. And the reason he didn't consult me is he knows that I wouldn't have said yes, and I wasn't going to be a sycophant. So that was one that I was upset about and remain upset about. What are we, 10 years later?
Yeah.
You struck a nerve. First show of the year.
Good. Now I'm doing my job.
I won't tell anyone.
Can the Marlins get out of their own? I mean, back to because now they're making more decisions, getting rid of players. You think it looks like they're going to get rid of more pitching. Can this team, how long is it going to take this team to win, if ever?
It's a problem because they just don't have the money to have the payroll. The team has lost money year after year. They are a team in financial crisis. And the problem is they're not willing to be honest with their fans. And when you send out your president of baseball ops and say that, hey, our owner's willing to spend money, you don't do that if there's not going to be money spent. It's just bad. You have to manage the expectations. I think what you say to your fan base is that we are rebuilding the team, and we did not have a team that we thought was sustainable in the long term, and we're trying to build a farm system and a major league team the way they did in Tampa. That's what I've been asked to do. And in Tampa, our windows to win open for longer than most teams with low payrolls. And so I promise you that our opening window will last longer than it used to under previous management. That's the message I would give fans.
Who's going to win the Super Bowl?
So I'm rooting for history. I want to see back-to-back because I think it's an amazing feat. I'm not excited to have to deal with the whole Kelsey Swift thing for another round of playoffs because I'm over it. But watching Mahomes and seeing if he can do it, I really wanted the Bengals to make the playoffs because I wanted Joe Burrow in there. I wanted to see him win a Super Bowl. I would love Josh Allen to win a Super Bowl. There's no question. I would love Lamar Jackson to win a Super Bowl. The playoffs this year for me are so exciting. Every wild card game, you've got a bunch of road teams who are favored. I mean, that means that there are going to be some really interesting competitive games. Detroit has a chance to win the Super Bowl. So to me, there's so many teams that it's going to be a great playoff round, and that excites me.
David Samson, nothing personal with David Samson. He does it live every day, weekdays at 8 a.m., and then it rebroadcasts in its entirety on the DraftKings Network at 10 a.m. Follow him on X at David, the letter P. Sampson, David P. Sampson.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
been very impressed with the Michigan State fans I've run into lately.
Really?
I've had two women, one in a Publix parking lot. I forgot what the other one was, but the Publix park, she had a Michigan State license plate. I just walked by her. I gave her the go green without hesitation, go white. It's all I need out of them.
Right.
I was talking to Vinny and Pat, my neighbors, the Mets fans there.
Right.
It's pulled off kind of in the middle of the road. They're talking. It was just after New Year's. They weren't by my house and just saying Happy New Year and all that. Here comes a young couple, must have been visiting their parents. One of them had a Michigan State shirt on, rolled my window down, gave her a go green, both of them go white. Just kept walking.
There
I don't
you
need
go.
I don't want to talk to them. I don't want to visit with them. I just want to get this over with. I will say Irish football because I attend church every week, not because I want to, because I have to.
Right.
Lot of Notre Dame gear in church on Sunday. They're really starting to break it out now. One lady in her Packers shirt, she's in it every week. And she is a Eucharistic minister for the sick, so they call them up after communion and
Right.
give them that to take home. And she's in her Packers shirt. And it's like, oh boy.
Okay, music. I'm just glad we had David on because my mom apparently only knows what day of the week it is depending on our guest list. I told her, I said, our regulars, a lot of them are just football season. So you're going to have to start paying attention. She's like, I don't know what I'll do.
It would take my daughter to be enrolled at that school for me to ever wear anything from that school, Irish football. And I don't even know if I would do it then.
Yeah, it's funny. Because I was thinking about it when Herb Street's kid announced he was going to Michigan. And I'm like, you grew up in Ohio? I played quarterback at Ohio State. I don't know that I can wear your stuff. I mean, I'll pay the tuition, but
I'll go to the games.
Yeah, I don't know that I could put the hat on. Oh, Pius, it hasn't been suit and tie for a long time. He's not a top quarterback. In fact, he may have been a no-star quarterback. Yeah, believe so. No, or did he go to Stanford? He was recruited by Georgia. I thought he went to Stanford.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. You're just joining us. You missed our weekly chat with David Samson, our first one of 2025. If you ever miss anything on the show, Mark does a great job of posting every hour, sometimes right after the hour ends, but he gets everything up certainly within 30 minutes of the show ending. And so go to millerandmoulton.com and download what you missed.
Want to text the show? The number is 21,000. If you've not texted in several months, then you need to type in the keyword Miller. That will get you entered into the system, and you can text as much or as little as you would like. Our poll question today,
here we go,
is will you be watching the TGL tonight at 9 p.m. on ESPN?
Look at you. You're doing all you can. You jumped in with both feet. You cannonballed into the pool on this one. I'm proud of you.
The answers, yes, no. What's the TGL? What's the TGL? Still leading with 49% of the vote. The TGL is the Tomorrow Golf League. This is Tiger and Rory's creation of indoor simulated golf. The building is about the size of a football field. There is a giant screen on one side in which they will hit their tee shots and approach shots. When they get within, 50 yards of the green, they turn, face the other way, and hit at a green that is surrounded by spectators.
1,500 apparently can show up at this 250,000 square foot place at Palm Beach State College. 1,500 spectators. By the way, and I don't know, is this live or is this taped as live? Because apparently there's a shot clock.
Yes, 40-second shot clock, if I'm not mistaken.
And if you don't get your shot off in time, and by the way, I'm curious, is it you have to make contact with the ball? You have to start your backswing? I mean, what is it? But if you have a shot clock violation, it's a stroke penalty. So listen, hey, I don't care about this TGL, but if they could do this on the tour, I'd love it. Love it. In fact, Mark, we've talked about this. What's one of the great jobs in sports? Okay, and it's the red hat guy at football games, mostly college. He walks out onto the field, usually stands right on the 20. So he's out on the field. He's standing on the numbers. You can't have a play with a guy standing on the field, and he works for the network. There's a guy in his ear telling him, stand there, break's not done yet. Break's not done, not done. Everybody's looking at him, and he goes, okay, break's done. You guys can go back to playing football.
And I believe it. I don't know if it's NCAA wide. You would have to tell me doing Big Ten this year. But in the SEC, didn't they have the countdown on it?
Yes.
It was a red illuminated countdown clock
for how long the commercial break was.
So you knew sitting in the stands, all right, we got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I think I can run and get a Coke.
Yep. And that's what I'm wondering. Okay, wouldn't it be great if they could do that on the PGA and LPGA tours? In which literally
it would be better if the fans would start counting it down the way they do a shot clock violation in college basketball. And then there was a guy they don't like, they would start making up the wrong times.
Exactly. 5, 4 when it's 13, 12. Right. Absolutely. I mess with Sergio like that. The Ryder Cup would be, unbelievable. But anyway, apparently it's 6 teams of 4 golfers.
Yes.
15 holes.
That is correct as well.
All right. And then their overtime, apparently they're copying hockey.
3-on-3?
Close. But apparently they're awarding points. If Team Miller beats Team Moulton in regulation, you get 2 points, I get bupkis. But if we're tied and we go to it's a closest to the pin competition. And I guess it's a lot like curling. You need 2 balls closest to the hole. Whichever team gets, 2 of the balls closest to the hole, they win the match. You get 2 points, and the other team only gets 1.
Love this quote from Wyndham Clark about the TGL. It's so cool for golf. They're going to be in prime time, kind of taking that Monday night slot where football normally is. I think it's just so great for golf. It's great for our personal brands, the brands we represent, and it's great for TGL. I think it's just an awesome thing. I think this is just the start of a lot of prime time for golf. Okay.
Now, this league is going to run through March.
Right. Regular season, early March. Playoffs will conclude by the end of March.
Is this a Monday, Tuesday thing?
Yes.
So, and in theory then, because the guys, may actually want to play that week, and so they could leave and then go play.
All the matches are at Palm Beach, or was it Palm Beach State College?
Right.
All the matches are there. There are teams that are, given different cities, LA, New York, but basically it's close to Jupiter where they all live.
Exactly.
It's a half-hour drive for these guys.
Yep. Have you heard about the hammer?
Yes.
So, if we're playing and Team Moulton wins the hole, okay, that's a point, right? But a team can throw the hammer, and that makes the next hole worth 2 points. Okay? If the opposing team declines the hammer, the hole is then conceded. But that team then controls the next application of the hammer.
The one thing I am fascinated with is this green that's all on hydraulics. That basically they're going to change the contour of the green from hole to hole so that every hole will be different. That would be cool to see. I don't know how it's going to look on television. Would be neat to see live.
No carryovers. If, our teams are playing and we each par the hole, that's it. No point awarded. Doesn't carry over to the next hole. So the next hole would not be worth 2. Okay, so if you have, a bunch of halves, then, you look up, the scoreboard 0-0. It's like, you got a pitcher's duel going on.
Okay.
Now, this may be one of the stupider things I've ever said, but if you're a fan of Golden Tee or were a fan, would this interest you or does it have no relation?
None whatsoever.
Because I had never got into Golden Tee.
Well, it's rolling a ball, not hitting. I mean, it's a video game.
Right. And it's not my thing. And yet for some people it was, we've all gone to the, bar restaurant and somebody spending an hour and a half playing Golden Tee.
David, there were 6 of us with the minor league hockey team that I used to work for that would get to whatever town we were going to and immediately find a watering hole that had Golden Tee and spend most of our off day in the watering hole playing Golden Tee for cash.
I'm sure the regulars love that. Can we get these yahoos off the damn machine? They'd have to challenge you, right? They'd have to play you and beat you to get you off the machine.
Exactly.
Well, we're in town. We're at the hockey game. You guys suck. Let's go.
I never recall anybody trying to get our game from us when 5 athletes and me,
right,
all younger,
right,
huddled around a video. You never really got a lot of grief.
So 5 athletes and you were the one that did the talking?
No, I let them do the talking. You kidding me? Let them speak for the organization.
Wow, well done there, by the way. Well done. Hope everybody caught that. So there you have it. It's not the Tiger Golf League, okay? It's not the Top Golf League. It's the Tomorrow Golf League. Why the hell did they name it that? Is this like,
This is Golf of Tomorrow. This is what it's going to be. We're not going to play on courses anymore. Apparently, we're going to play on simulators.
Really? Oh, man.
Perfect for Tiger. He's just got to face one way, then turn around, face the other. Doesn't have to walk. No hills, nothing. Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan coming up in 30 minutes' time.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and CoreTech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Casey Martin, but I know where you're at with that.
What I'm curious about also is what is a rating success? Like, do they need 1 million? Because like most college basketball games on ESPN, they don't do 1 million. They do 600,000, 700,000, that type of deal. So I'm just curious, what is a rating success for this league?
I think the $1 million person threshold would be it. But I'm not kidding when I said this. Their audience is in bed when this starts.
Well, they're
Or about to go to bed, if you know what I mean.
their normal audience is in bed.
No, I know. But
Right.
nobody young watches golf.
Well,
And young people don't have ESPN anymore the way they once did.
true.
I mean, your subscriber to cable is still an older demographic.
Yep.
So,
Yep. Tomorrow golf league, Johnny. It's 9:00 tonight on ESPN. It's video golf. But you got big name guys playing. Tiger, Rory, and they're co-founders. Along with the guy who used to run the Golf Channel. He's interesting, though. They've got some big name, big money people who threw money behind this. The Mets owner bought a team.
Fenway Group's got a team.
Yeah.
Arthur Blank's an owner. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Andre Iguodala own the team in the San Francisco team. Here's the thing. With just one venue, I mean, I guess you could get 1,500 people to say, but 1,500 people to keep showing up for all your events in the same thing.
No way. I mean, they'll give away tickets, but still, no way. It's funny. I actually was disappointed by the ratings for the Lions Vikings.
What were they?
Just under 30, 28.5. I thought it was going to be mid 30s.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until Pat Kirwan joins us at the top of the hour to talk all things NFL. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, Swamp Buggy Races poll question. So the TGL is debuting tonight, 9 o'clock on ESPN. Are you going to watch? Yes? No? What the heck's the TGL?
David, we have not a lot of votes. Wish it was a higher number. People don't seem that enthusiastic about our poll question today.
Right.
However, of those that answered, 6.5% will watch. 6.5%.
And most of our audience is in Florida, which is the hotbed for golf. So I think the folks at ESPN and the TGL are hoping for a little better numbers than that. Because, Mark, where you're located is either the number 1 or the number 2 golf market in the country.
Correct.
Right. So,
Look,
Mark Miller, the David Moulton, vote accordingly.
I think this is going to be a colossal failure.
Some big money behind it and big names behind it.
Huge money, huge players are involved. The ownership groups all have very deep pockets.
I mean, the Mets owner's got a team. What? Arthur Blank's got a team.
Fenway Sports Group owns a team. Tiger Woods owns his team. You know, Serena, along with Giannis and some others, own the LA team. Steph Curry, with Klay Thompson and others, own a team.
Well, Steph's a big golfer.
Yes, he is.
You know, plays in that Corn Ferry event every year once his offseason starts. So, actually, it's a pretty respectable score, considering he's got to play the back tees and all that. Shoots in the mid-70s every year. But the ratings are in for the Lions and the Vikings. Did you hear about them?
Give them to me.
Well, remember, Niners-Lions did $22 million on Monday Night Football, and the game had no meaning. And it was a Monday night. So this game's on a Sunday night, and it meant the number 1 seed and everything that goes along with it. The other team's going to have to play nothing but road games. I thought it was going to be huge. And, of course, the NFL and NBC are saying highest rated season finale since 2012. Well, okay. I mean, when's the last time you had 2 14-2 teams playing for the number 1 seed in the final game of the year? I thought it was going to do well into the 30 millions. I thought it was going to be a first-round playoff game. I really did. I thought it would equate with the 4:30 game coming up this Saturday, which is always seemingly the AFC South game. I really did. It did $28.5 million. I mean, it's big. It is. It's a big number. It peaked at $31 million, peaked late second quarter, which is what? 9:30-ish?
Yeah.
Quarter to 10? Right. Peaked late second quarter at $31 million. 10-6 at the half. 10-9 mid-third. I don't know. I was expecting more.
Well, I mean, I wonder if you had 2 teams from the north. I don't know if that factored in. That are people footballed out by these? And I don't know how much football people watched week 18. You had a lot of cities where They had nothing to play for.
Yep.
So how much into football were they all day this past Sunday?
But I thought that was going to mean that if you watched one game on Sunday, it was going to be the Lions and the Vikings. But this is how successful this league is. They just did $28.5 million for a game, and I'm going, that's it? Seriously? That's all you got? They're like, it's the highest rated season finale in 12 years, you know. Come on, you can do better than that. So there you have it. We do the ratings on this show, let you know how many's watching, who, etc. I mean, there you go. NBC's thrilled. The league's thrilled. You know, Paula and all our Lions fans in the Twitch chat room and the text line, they're thrilled. You know,
as well it should be. It was a tremendous. I mean, I don't even think the Lions fans that I was talking to, and I have a soft spot for the Lions, but I'm not a Lions fan. I don't live and die with the team. Being a Michigander, I know that may be weird, but they've not been good. But the Lions fans I was talking to heading into the game were incredibly nervous. And to give that type of performance, the Lions have been inserted as the Super Bowl favorites, David.
Wow.
They are the betting favorite to win the Super Bowl. I'm going to repeat that in case anybody had trouble driving and just drove off the road, because I said the Detroit Lions right now are the favorites to win the Super Bowl.
This is not in August either, before any games are played. This is January.
Correct.
We've played a bunch of games.
The Chiefs are the second betting favorite, but the Lions at plus 300 are the favorite. The Chiefs are at plus 350. And then Baltimore and Buffalo. I might have that order backwards. I think it's Buffalo, then Baltimore, and then Philadelphia.
That's interesting that Buffalo and Baltimore are ahead of Philadelphia. Because first off, they're likely going to have to play each other. And then, barring the unforeseen, they're going to have to get through Kansas City. I don't know. I think I'd throw money on the Eagles before I throw money on the Bills or the Ravens. But we'll see. Begins Saturday, 4:30. With Chargers, Texans? And then followed by Steelers, Ravens, 8 o'clock on Amazon. Streaming only Saturday night. Then 1, 4:30, and 8 basically on Sunday. With Sunday night being the Commanders and the Bucks. We said it mid-season. Get ready for the rest of the decade to see a lot of Washington Commanders in prime time. Monday, Sundays, and Thursdays. That's a big fan base that's been in hiding. And now they have a marquee quarterback. Look out. The networks can't wait to put the Commanders on television. As evidenced by they're giving them Sunday night.
And over the weekend, one of the last bills signed by this Congress was the RFK Stadium bill, giving the District of Columbia a lease on the land that was federal land where RFK Stadium was for 99 years. So it looks as if they'll get their stadium back where they want it, David.
And wait for it. The name is in play. I'm telling you, the name and the logo are in play. May not fully come back, but the name and the logo are back in play. Just give it a little bit of time. Miller and Moulton. Hey, can I switch gears? Because we got Pat Kirwan coming up in less than 15 minutes. We'll talk plenty of NFL with Pat. You're traveling on Thursday, right?
I am going to the Orange Bowl. Yes, that is a fact.
Right. You can't get out of it, can you?
No. I'm getting, as every day goes on, I'm getting more and more fired up. These are not my two favorite teams. This is a national semifinal.
Yes, it is.
It's relatively close. So I'm fired up to be going to the game. I think Notre Dame will win, but I think we're going to get a good competitive game.
So the money is coming in on the Irish. It's every 24 to 36 hours, Notre Dame is a half point more of a favorite. And now they're up to 2.5. I'm curious, will it get to the magic number of 3 or 3.5? But right now, in a lot of places, Notre Dame's a 2.5 point favorite. Which team is under more pressure to win this game?
What a great question. I think it's relatively equal because James Franklin has so much pressure on him to win a big game. And even though they've won 2 in this playoff, can you really say they've won a big game so far?
Having beaten SMU and Boise State? No. And we forecasted this, by the way. We did. We said, listen, Penn State's going to the semis, and they may have a real shot to go and play for the Natty. But we said they're going to get to the semis, and they will have beaten SMU and Boise State. And what is everybody going to say? Well, James Franklin still hasn't won a big game.
And Notre Dame beat a Georgia team without their starting quarterback, but the way that they beat them, the way that they looked, wasn't about the quarterback. It was about what they did at the line of scrimmage. And they dominated Georgia. And I don't think anybody saw, unless you're a diehard Irish fan, saw them dominating the line of scrimmage. Hey, you thought if it could be equal, we could win because we've got talent. We got a quarterback that can run. We got a good stable of running backs. And if we can hold them at the line of scrimmage, we can play with Georgia. They hounded Georgia at the line of scrimmage.
College football is rooting for Notre Dame. And when I say college football, I mean the networks. I mean the people that are trying to get the best ratings and make the most money as they can. Penn State's a big brand. It ain't Notre Dame. And one of these two teams is going to play for a natty. Notre Dame, people forget, they played for one 12 years ago. The game was over about 47 seconds after it started. In fact, the game was over during warm-ups. If you were there, you know. You saw the two teams warming up, and everybody who was there turned and looked at one another and said, Alabama's a lot bigger than Notre Dame. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Because it looks like they're going to kill them. And nobody could run on Notre Dame that year. And Notre Dame came out in its base defense, and Alabama gave the ball to Eddie Lacy and went right down the field and scored and looked at him and said, we can do this all day, by the way. And they did. But Notre Dame hasn't played for a natty in 12 years. When's the last time Penn State played a game in which you thought, oh, Penn State wins, they could win the natty?
I don't know the last time I thought it because I never thought they could beat Ohio State in the regular season.
Penn State was number one early in the 95 season. Jopa let his foot off the gas. They were beating Indiana by 3 touchdowns. He took his starters out in the final 6 minutes. Indiana tacked on 2 late scores. Penn State won 30-24, dropped to number 2 in the polls. They were never number 1 again. And that's when you could have a split national title. And so that year, Nebraska and Florida played in the Fiesta Bowl, but there was a loud contingent that was saying, you know, undefeated Big Ten team, they're really good. I mean, you guys dropped them a spot in the polls and they didn't even lose. Okay? You're going to drop them a spot for sportsmanship? But Penn State finished undefeated and number 2 in 95. So you could argue when they played the Rose Bowl in 95 that you thought they had a shot at the natty, even though most people thought the Nebraska-Florida game, 2 unbeatens, whoever wins is going to be the natty. But there was a chance for Penn State to get a split national title. A lot of politics in the sport. But otherwise, you got to go back to 86 when they played Miami in the Fiesta. I mean, think about that, Mark. We're talking almost 40 years.
Right. I was in high school.
I mean, I was at the game, but you got to go almost 40 years. Penn State, you know, big name school, had a legendary coach, had a legendary controversy, has won a lot of games. I mean, Penn State's got a lot of 9 and 10 win seasons on the board over the last 30 years.
In fact, in the BCS era, Penn State would have made the playoff. Like, they're the team would have made the playoffs the most, not named Alabama, over this run if there would have been 12 instead of 4.
Mark, there's a part of me that thinks Penn State needs it more.
Why?
Because this is a really good draw. I can't imagine in the next 10 years, and Penn State could make the playoffs every year, Mark, for the next 10 years. Can't imagine they can get a better draw than this. Notre Dame's an equal, and they were superior to the two that they played. How many times can you enter the playoffs and not play a team better than you in the first 3 rounds? There's a part of me that thinks they need this game even more than Notre Dame. Could be wrong. Pat Kirwan to talk the NFL next.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, Mark.
Morning, Pat.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Very good. All is well. What did I do with my... I love when I lose pens.
What did you do? Tape bowls yesterday and you couldn't make it?
Say that again?
Did you guys tape bowls yesterday?
Yeah, we taped them early, and I was in the middle of doing something, and I
figured as much. That's when I got in the car. I listened to the interview. Like, where's Pat? He asked the tough questions. Come on.
Yeah, but did you notice the interview was 4 minutes, not 12?
Yes, exactly what I noticed.
Yeah, Jim was like, I said, Jimmy, I can't make this. He just changed the time, and I'm not around to do it. I said, yeah. So next week I'll rip. I hope he wins so I can give him shit. Coach, you call practice. I'm there for practice, and all of a sudden you change practice time. Now you want to fine me for being late? No, we're not doing that. I'll give him some crap. James, right away when I wasn't on, James Brown texted me. He goes, "Where are you? I love the things you asked Todd." So it is what it is, but hopefully it won't happen again. It's amazing it doesn't happen a lot because we have a bunch of guys that rotate their times.
I'm sure.
Yeah, it's okay. I've had a couple where Jim wasn't there either. He was in a dentist's office one time, and the guy goes, we're switching at the time, and Jim was in the chair. I don't think he was going to do it with his mouth wide open. How are you guys?
Good.
Hanging in.
Yes. Okay, so the only team that got screwed by themselves is Cincinnati. Everybody else didn't deserve to be in the playoffs.
Well, yeah, the Bengals blew it. I mean, season opener against the Patriots and a couple others. I mean, they blew it.
One of the guys on that defensive staff was my intern, and he worked with Louis Anarumo forever. And Louis Cioffi, ironically, same name. He's been all over. He left the Bengals way back after about 8 years, went out he landed up being a D coordinator of the Cardinals, came back around, landed up at Louisiana coaching, got back to Cincinnati, never happy or raising his family. He got fired yesterday. He sent me a note. I said, Louis, I still have every note you ever sent me. I don't know how much I can help you anymore, but we'll try.
Well, I got to think that Lou could end up with the Giants. Lou could end up.
Yeah. Staten Island Lou should be at the Giants.
It
wasn't his fault.
No, it sounds to me like Mike Brown came in and said, you got to make changes.
Yep. I know that Mike Brown loves my guy, Louis Cioffi. He loves him. And he says, Louis, I'm sorry, but the whole staff's gone. It would be great if both Louis got to the Giants. And I know Anarumo will take Cioffi with him wherever he goes, so hopefully that happens. Maybe the Jets, all the way back to where you started. I hired my Louis, because he's the only guy that could fix a computer. He didn't know anything about football. Never played it, didn't know anything about it. His father was the mechanic for our cars and owned a gas station in Huntington. And he goes, hey, give my kid a job. I said, what is he good at? He goes, he's a great golfer and he knows everything about computers. I go, sold.
He's a great golfer. That's hysterical.
Yeah. And he was tremendous with computers, and we had inept people, and I just wanted someone that was sitting in my office. I could fix all the data programs, everything else. Back then it was Control Alt Delete, the only thing anyone knew.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Joined once again by Pat Kirwan. He of NFL Radio's Moving the Chain, CBS's NFL Today show on Sundays, although they'll have playoff games on days other than Sunday. Pat joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers. Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. He joins us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing fine, and I heard a little bit of your recognition of your advertisers, and it was great to realize that you guys are hanging in there, and it'd be a shame if this show ever goes off the air. So hopefully people listening have some more people that want to advertise here, because if you've been on as many different shows as me, you know that these guys cover it better than anybody. So let's get going out there, please.
Well, thank you, Pat. Appreciate that. That's the way to start the day. Hey, Peterson fired in Jacksonville. How did Balky keep his job?
The question will be, he's going to run the interviews. So the owner needs him to run the search. That doesn't mean, and I've been around, you guys have known this, you can run the search and then be out at the end of the draft. right? I've seen that before. So maybe it depends on how powerful and how strong of a candidate you want to bring in there. The bigger the profile of the candidate, maybe the less chance that he survives. I hope he survives. He's a nice guy, but I don't think it's a lock that it's here for good.
Well, Khan gave an interview last night, Pat, and he gave it to Mia O'Brien from Jags TV, and she asked, listen, you're going to interview head coaching candidates. They may say, I want to redo the whole sports medicine. I may want to redo this, when your intention is not to get rid of that. And she then said, and they may say, I don't want to work with Balky. What would you say to them? And he said, well, if they can make a compelling case, I'll listen to them.
Well, there you go. And it's not uncommon. I think the last thing he wanted was to be alone with all the candidates that are going to come through there, and to also add to a GM candidates. If you get the right guy that wants to come, I know two candidates actually, that already have their GM guy that they want to work with. And if in fact they got interviews there, they're going to bring up the names of the guys they want to bring with them. And there will be a GM name in the list and on the list. So I think you have to have an open mind to it. I think Trent knows how this works. And I remember when Charlie Casserly was in Houston, and he not only did he lead the search committee stuff, he ended up staying for the draft, and then was released the day after the draft. So we know these things happen, and a lot of times you spend so much time, money, and effort to build your draft board, and now you've got the guy who's done it, and you don't. And most of the personnel guys have contracts that expire in June. I'm not talking to you two, you know that, but to your listeners. So you can keep a guy over, and Trent probably knows that there's a reality of that. I remember my own situation. You have to stay, and if we don't get Bill Parcells, you're going to have to run it for a year until we get over the hump and get the guy we want. So I know what it was like. And I was smart enough to say, well, that's great. Give me a contract extension in case. And, so those things happen, but it's part of the job, and Trent knows it.
Let's talk about Sunday night and what the Lions did defensively. Just how surprised were you by the job Aaron Glenn did with that defensive staff and able to shut down? Now, you kind of alluded to it, Pat, when we talked on Friday. You were worried about Minnesota kicking too many field goals. And I don't know what gave you that indication, but talk about what the Lions did on defense Sunday night.
Yeah, well, they did a couple things that were fantastic. First, and it's not any order here, but Anzalone coming back, he took Hawkinson, and he made a lot of big plays on Hawkinson. They played a lot of blitz. We all know that, but they also played a lot of coverage, and they played two coverage, and now the tight end should be open down the middle. The whole world knows that, and Anzalone had him. You go back and watch the game. He batted about 3 balls out of there, and he stuffed his route a couple of times. So that was an important piece to it. Where I thought I wasn't ready for as well as they did was the down players up front. There are a lot of backups up there. And those guys were rushing that offensive line and creating opportunity for the blitzers. And so that still doesn't have the number one ingredient. Their corner that was on Justin Jefferson, he played an incredible game, the old Raider. So I give Aaron a lot of credit because he didn't leave his fundamental belief about pressure, but he blended in enough stuff. I thought in the red zone they were ridiculously good, and they just played like they weren't on the 8, 9, 10-yard line. And they did a couple. First of all, I think home field helped. I said that, and I knew it would. The quarterback was rattled by that. Number 2, all those high passes, which he threw, I think, 4 in a row to start the game. What does that tell you? He's not able to even transfer his weight to his front foot because of the pressure in his face. He's just letting the ball go, and they all sailed high. And look, I like Sam. Sam's going to get paid. That was his first big game of his life, and it felt like a big game to him. And he felt the pressure of it. Meanwhile, Goff, who gets no help and no recognition for MVP, which he was so far down the list. No, there's a lot of guys don't even have him in the 5 names we had to submit yesterday. So he was calm, cool, and collected. And I was worried, and still am worried, that Gibbs is going to have to carry the mail too much. But what did he do? he's more dangerous than having two backs if he's healthy because he can do anything. And that's why you land up, what are you, 4 touchdowns, guys?
Yeah.
4
1
touchdowns.
receiving.
And I knew field goals would get you a loss, right? You can't settle for field goals, and they settled for 3 field goals. And I also thought the kicker was shaky. How about his kickoff that he kicked out of bounds?
Right.
Put the ball on the 40-yard line. We didn't see a lot of that this year. We sure saw it in a big game. Minnesota's not dead. I'd be interested when we get to it on Friday. Maybe we'll get to it today, but I like Minnesota's chances against the Rams.
Well, and if the home teams win, then the next game Detroit plays could be the Vikings. All right. You know. So we'll see, though. Obviously, it's some tough matchups. Tampa has to hold serve against Washington, and Philly has to hold serve against Green Bay. But if the home teams hold serve outside of the Vikings, you'll have a rematch in the division round. Let's get back to Sam Darnold.
Yes.
And the two of us, Miller and Moulton, we picked the Vikings. We did point out, though, when we talked to you on Friday, this is the biggest game of Sam Darnold's life. He ain't never played in one of these before. 18 of 41. Did he cost himself serious money in that game?
Sure, it didn't help his financial cause, but I don't think that it changed how Minnesota sees him. I mean, they need him. They know that. They know they can win with him. They just won a bunch of games, 14 of them. So he'll get paid. But I've always felt they were going to franchise tag him because I don't think the two groups can arrive at something. Now, did it change the leverage back to the club where when they say we'll give you a 3-year deal for $38 million a year, $39 million a year? Yeah, I think he'd take it now. Maybe he wouldn't have taken it if he won that game, but he still has enough opportunities in the next couple of weeks. He just wins 2 games in this thing, and he's right back in the driver's seat with money. But yeah, it absolutely created some doubt about long-term deal. But does anyone think that if McCarthy was out there on that field, A, they would have won 14 games, and B, they'd have a chance in a game like that? None.
How do he and they turn it around quickly against the Rams? I mean, they were beaten badly. I know NFL players aren't, they try to forget about it all and start fresh on Monday, but that was a pretty humiliating loss in a big spot. How do you turn it around quickly?
I think he realized that Sam will hold the ball too much, and they're looking vertically too much. To me, with those receivers and that tight end, a shotgun fast pass, get the ball out of his hand, and what we'd look at is 3-step drop pass and let the receivers work against these defensive backs. Slant routes, little stop routes, maybe a fast go route. Get the ball out of his hand. And I don't think he can get that when he sets deep. He's looking. And that still is one of his limitations. Look, he was so aware of his reputation for turnovers that he got conservative about the definition of who's open. And I think he can help solve some of that by getting into the fast pass game, Mark. You're not going to get him to change completely. So get the ball out of his hand and work on doing that.
I think also, like when the Lions lost to the Bucks, and remember they threw the ball 50-something times.
Yeah.
They clearly went into the game thinking they'd have great success throwing the ball, so they just lost their minds that day and threw the ball 50-plus times. I think the Vikings were convinced we're going to beat these guys downfield, and that's why they weren't running the crossers. They weren't running the slants because I think the play caller, the quarterback, the wide receivers, they all thought eventually we're going to torch these guys.
Yeah, and the receivers might have been able to do that if you had a quarterback that would get the ball up and out, but he couldn't do it. So understand his weaknesses, play to his strengths. Look, if I was Detroit, I would have said, you're never going to beat me running the ball. You're just not going to. We're going to cut the head off this thing, and that's go after the quarterback. And sometimes you get burned doing that really bad, but the quarterback accommodated Detroit by holding on to it, and they were able to get to him.
Who has more pressure on him entering the playoffs, Lamar or Josh?
Lamar, to me, after the championship game last year. That thing, it's at home. You're playing the Kansas City, who was wounded. They came in and intimidated you. They shut you down, and you know the one thing. And I look, there's pressure on Josh too. I'm not here to say one guy's free of it, but to me, Lamar, he's been a nice job throwing the ball. He got big fat numbers this year. If against in the playoffs, if he ever looks like he did last year, where he gets unsure and he gets inaccurate, and he's having a hard time seeing the passing game, I think people would revert back, just like they do with Sam Darnold. They're always ready to go back to that. Where I think in Josh Allen's case, he's got a chance to be a much better thrower no matter what's going on. He's just a different guy. So I think Lamar has plenty on him.
Well, they have to get to each other. If they each win, they'll play each other in the divisional round in Buffalo. He's Pat Kirwan. Weekdays 3 to 7. NFL Radio's moving the chains. Sundays and a few Saturdays in the playoffs. It'll be CBS's NFL Today show. Pat joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. We'll talk to Pat about Bo Nix and the Broncos. We'll talk a little Mike McCarthy to the Bears. More with Pat Kirwan on the other side.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So you leaving Friday to go back, or Saturday morning to go back up?
Yeah, we have the 4:30 game, so there's no problem making it for that. And then on Sunday we have the early game. So yeah, it's easy. The week after that we'll have one game, the divisional round, and then we'll be live at the championship game, which looks like I'm heading back to Kansas City.
I was going to say, don't kid yourself. You'll have the Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Weeks.
Yeah.
There's no way CBS turns down the Chiefs.
No, ever. So it's it's coming to the end, which is nice. This is when I start looking at college kids, because I only have to get ready for 6 games and then basically 4, and then that's it, 2 and 1. So I can start working on the college guys. Hey, do you think we'll get to 7 openings there, David? We're at 5.
I think we'll get 6. but the over-under was 6.5. I do think there's a chance that if somebody loses this weekend, they could lose their job.
Oh, yeah. We all know who that is.
Yep.
The guys in the green. See you, Nick. Well, then you got to think about Dallas. That's how I got to 7.
Well,
And
yeah.
it's not a firing technically, so it's a different story. But
No, but if he's not, I mean, we'll count it, obviously, if he's not back. So, then I'm telling you, I think Vegas is still in play.
yeah, I think they're going to fire their guy.
And I don't know about Nashville either. I think that she could have a bad day and blow it up.
Yeah, she just saw Bob Kraft do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Bob should be embarrassed. You let your son Jonathan run this. You have no patience for the young guy that you know. Now you're going to land up with someone you don't know. And I wonder if Elliot Wolf will survive it.
Well, I mean, the thought is he's going to now get Vrabel.
Yeah. If you were Vrabel, would you go there?
Well,
knowing Jonathan's going to be around?
Well, but I think he might be able to run over Jonathan to the old man, and he's got a quarterback. Like if he goes to Vegas, he doesn't have a quarterback.
Yeah, but if Tom asks him to do it, I don't know how he would turn it. Well, he's probably going to New England, and it's going to be a huge mistake because Bob might be physically well, but it's going to be weekend at Bernie's with Jonathan running the whole thing. I'd be really nervous about that. Let me go back 20 years ago. Bill Parcells said to me, I know your best friend's up in New England. Meaning Pete was there. He goes, but that guy Jonathan's a bad dude. He goes, be careful about going there. So I said, don't worry. I have no intention of going back. I hated it.
I was going to say, and then you looked at him and said, well, then don't fire me then.
Yeah, they gave me $1 million, though. I was okay with it.
Okay, well, I'd get fired, too.
Yeah. He's got 2 comments. I'll pack.
Yep. I'll call a cab myself.
Yeah, take it easy. Oh, man. Otherwise, you guys are really into the Golden Domers here.
Well, it's a big game.
And I can't stand Notre Dame, and they're going to win.
Yeah.
And that's good for college football.
It is. The networks. I mean, first off, that they're not in a conference, it just irks me. They get to play by their rules.
Yep. And they let them.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Our remaining minutes with Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, weekdays 3 to 7, CBS's NFL Today Show. Joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh, on the American Paint Supplies hotline, the one-stop shop for all your coating needs. All right. Boy, did Bo Nix and the Broncos look good. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, it was obviously against second and third teamers. The Chiefs were not emotionally invested, but wow, this is working out for Sean Payton, isn't it? And by the way, they should wear those uniforms every damn week. But Sean Payton ends up being right in the whole thing, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. And glad for him. And again, I love this subject. I pounded to death. But veteran head coach goes in there, knows what he wants to do, can make the bold move, builds the team pretty quickly. Same thing in Washington with Dan. Look around, folks. If you don't hire a veteran coach, you got to hope you found the next Dan Campbell. Otherwise, you'll be firing him in, oh, wait a second, 1 year up in New England, 1 year. And maybe another one in 1 year. So I just can't believe how people run to the young, talented guys that have never led anybody and then hope that they can get it turned around quickly. Be careful with those. But I'm happy for Sean, and I'm really happy for Bo Nix. But it also calls out why you should stay in college, right, fellas? Bo Nix came almost as a pro already with 6 years of college football.
And he has had a hell of a year. They've had a hell of a year. You bring up the Chargers, another team that brought in a coach that had done it before, and they're in the playoffs. And I was always one, Pat, particularly because my background was in hockey, where I hated the retreads because I worked in the minors and I saw all these guys who were head coaches and thought deserved the opportunity. But football's different. There's nowhere else to be a head coach. And I don't think coaching in the UFL prepares you for coaching the NFL. College could a little bit, but that's still different. It's unique in the fact, baseball has minor leagues, basketball really, basketball and football, you only get the experience at the top level.
Yeah, and the magnifying glass that's on everybody is so big, and because it's such a monster, NFL football, that the media, the whole thing, it's different than every other sport. David's around the big games all the time. He sees it. And the owners are influenced by a lot of different people, and the pressure to succeed early is unrealistic, but it's there for everyone to see. It was, so when like the owner of Jacksonville says in August, this is the best roster we ever had, we're a playoff team. He doesn't know if they're any good. He thinks he knows. He doesn't. So he responded to it by firing a guy who won a Super Bowl. Have we ever had a coach yet win a Super Bowl with a second team? No.
Nope. Had a couple get to it, but we've yet to have someone win it. Was it meaningful for the Bears to do what they did? They snapped the streak against the Packers. They don't end the season with a 11-game losing streak. Is that something that for the Calebs of the world who are going to be back, does that game have meaning or no?
It does to me, and not maybe for the outside world, the cynics who think that Chicago's a disaster area. And some of the things are at the top of the list there with ownership and everything else. So the Bears fans think, yeah, okay, great, we won a game, but they don't like anything that starts with the owner. So for me, it means something, not so much to the young quarterback, but to some of the players. Look, whoever's going in there is evaluating the roster. And I learned more from Belichick than anybody else I ever worked with about evaluating rosters. He's going to look at those last couple of games. He's going to look at everything ever said by any player, and he's going to be a little more warm and fuzzy about some of the guys on the roster that kept playing hard. So yeah, I think it doesn't have a negative effect, but the next head coach, and who knows what's going to happen with their front office and everything else. The GM, I'm sure, is going to try to point out these guys, look how much better they got. Look they never quit. And those are the things I said, and I'm sure their GM will say. But at the end of the day, I think it helps the next head coach look at the roster with an eye on some positives. Not enough to win, but I already had one guy say to me, yeah, it was nice. It was fun. They were a little better. They tried a little harder than I thought they would. They did not go in the tank.
Who's your coach of the year this year, Pat?
I said the winner of the Detroit-Minnesota game was my coach of the year. And what he did since Hutchinson went out to inspire that football team to play the way they play and to overcome literally every injury history and every injury on defense without giving an excuse and not whispering to each other in the locker room, we're dead. I think that has a lot to be, because I always say, what's the number one thing a head coach has to be? A leader of men. Did he prove he's a leader of men? For me, like 100 times over. So pretty easy.
Pat, are the Steelers in trouble? We pointed out the schedule all off season that they could finish very roughly. They did. They lost 4 in a row, albeit the 3 really good playoff teams and a very talented one in Cincy. But offensively, they seem a mess. And, I was there in person Saturday night. Russ wasn't good. Pickens was a dog. Freiermuth dropped the biggest pass of the game. Najee gets banged up again. I mean, the owner came out before the season and said, making the playoffs isn't enough. Winning one game isn't enough. He said, I want to get back to going deep in the playoffs. I mean, is the situation in Pittsburgh maybe a lot worse than we think?
Pat, you still there? We lost Pat there. That's
weird.
That's never happened before.
I
I can
know.
see him on the screen.
I know. Can't hear him.
I don't know what happened there.
Oh, well.
Because I was ready to ask the same damn question about the Dolphins.
Maybe it was the question. You know.
Question. Answer the question.
I didn't think it was a bad question. I mean, maybe midway through it, he said, I don't want to talk to these guys anymore. They don't know what they're doing. So I guess we lost Pat.
It looks like Pat muted his microphone, if you can hear me, Pat, doing a little producing on air, because I see your microphone with a line through it, and that's never good.
No. So Pat Kirwan joining us, courtesy of Pinchers, here on Miller and Moulton.
Don't talk about the Steelers anymore.
Well, he did say a word. I said, are the Steelers in trouble? He said, yes. And then I made my case, and then we lost him. So I'm just wondering, you know what I'm setting up there? You know, we think most years somebody loses in the first round of the playoffs and someone loses their job that we weren't expecting. And I know Khan and Tomlin got extensions. It's not the Steelers' way. Mark, if they end the season losing 5 in a row.
You back?
Yes.
You're back.
I am back. I heard you guys. I could hear you the whole time, so I don't know what that was. At any rate, yeah, the Steelers are in trouble because they're boxed in a little bit. They've got age on the defense. Najee is a 3 yards in a cloud of dust guy. Pickens has got to go.
Yes.
Talented, but say goodbye. Freiermuth will be fine. The young offensive line, they'll develop, but they were under siege again, which leads to some of Russell's problems. Russell did not play well. But I tell listeners from Pittsburgh, Justin Fields is not your answer. He's nice to come in for 3 plays and scramble around, but you all emotionally want to bench Russ, which is okay and understandable. Here's the question. This is the kind of question, Mark. Let's sit back and listen to David's answer. Would you trade Mike Tomlin?
You know I wouldn't, Pat.
I would. Okay. I'd give up
decision?
I'd give it. Listen, if I'm the Jets, I'm not kidding. I'd give up the 7th pick of the draft for Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, that's why
we got 10
answer
seconds.
Your question, I might be thinking about going in that direction. Mike, it's time to go, and we got a place for you to go.
He's Pat Kirwan, joining us once again on Miller and Moulton, courtesy of Pinchers. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Damn it. Remember, you got to call Whit.
Yep.
Johnny Mackey is a great coach. I just wonder if the whole organization is stale.
Whit is all set.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thrilled to be joined once again by Whit Watson. You can see and hear him in many places. Golf Channel, NBC Sports. He's on ESPN Plus doing all that PGA Tour live broadcasting. Saturday mornings, 11 a.m., he hosts Making the Cut on 96.9 The Game in Orlando. Follow him on X at Real Whit Watson, Whit and Watson with 1 T. How are you?
Well, I'm cold, as we were talking about off the air a second ago. It is brutal in Orlando, at least brutal for our standards, right? And talking about the possibility of playing golf on Wednesday morning, I'm thinking no. That's where I'm leaning right now.
And I don't blame you. It's still out for me, and I'm not playing until after my show, so it's around noontime where we'll warm up. All right, we wanted to get you on to talk about this TGL Golf League and how much excitement there really is to watch simulated golf.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a novelty factor, and the fact that Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy have lent their name and, I mean, we assume some money into this project. I think there's definitely a curiosity factor, and as we all know, that debuts tonight. I had the chance to go down to Palm Beach Gardens on Media Day, and I wrote a little thing about it at whitwatson.com and see the building. It's a $50 million build, and I'm not sure that even includes the technology. I think that's just construction. It's a standalone venue built from scratch on the campus of Palm Beach State College. And that indicates to me they're serious about this. This is not a one-off. They meaning Tiger, Rory, Mike McCarley, the former president of Golf Channel, who is one of the co-founders of this venture, who I know pretty well, and the investors, who are a heavy hitter list of people. We're talking about Arthur Blank and Fenway Sports, and the same people that have committed $1.5 billion to PGA Tour Enterprises. A lot of those same people are backing TGL, so they seem to think it's going to work, and the technology is off the charts, and we can talk about that if you like. But at the end of the program, either the product is going to be worth it or not, and we're going to find out starting tonight. Little surprised, maybe I shouldn't be, that Tiger and Rory are not playing immediately in match number one. This may be something of a soft opening to see how it goes before you put the big cat out there on national television in prime time. But I'm sure that a lot of people in golf are going to be watching tonight just to see how this thing goes.
Are people in the golf industry clamoring for this? Was this something that's been talked about for years? I know this was put off a year longer because of the storm and it knocked the building down. But, I mean, this... For the record, Miller and Moulton right now are a no on this. This doesn't do it for us, and we're big golf fans. We're just curious, where did this come from?
Where it came from is the fact that golf as a televised sport is very expensive to produce. It is a long watch. It's 4 or 5 hours, depending upon the event. And was there a clamor for simulated golf? No, but there's been a push in the industry for a long time to make golf more marketable and easier to consume. And by putting this in a strict 2-hour window in prime time on a Tuesday, where there's not a lot of competition for eyeballs as there would be on a weekend, especially on football weekend, that was the theory behind this. And I talked to McCarley a little bit off camera when I was at Media Day, and he stressed, and I agree after watching the demo, once you get past all of the technology and once you learn the rules and learn the format, and there's a challenge flag and there's timeouts and there's a shot clock, but once you get past all that, guys, it's golf. It's just guys hitting shots. And I think that, I hope that's true. I hope that for the consumer, that's how they view it, because it can get a little complicated. So to answer your question, the idea was to create a bite-sized yet competitive format for people to enjoy the game something that has a little more riding on it than the match, or anything that Charles Barkley is commentating on, or anything where you're watching non-professionals play. You want to see the best players in the world compete in a time frame that's accessible. So was there a clamor for this, for simulated golf? Probably not. But I think that those who drive the business are trying to figure out a way to deliver golf in a less time-consuming and, over the course of an entire year, less expensive. It's $1 million a week to televise a golf tournament, as you guys well know. With laying cable and all the people you have to hire, and 75 to 100 crew member, and how many cameras they've got to pull out. This is all under one roof, every shot live. You're going to see everything. You're going to hear everything. There's one play-by-play guy, Matt Berry from ESPN, who's very good and has golf experience. He's talking to the players. There's one reporter on the ground, so to speak, Marty Smith, and that's it. It's not a cacophony of voices. It's just focusing on the shot. And then, we'll see, will people want to tune in when that shot is being hit into an IMAX movie screen and you're following the flight of the ball, on a virtual golf course that doesn't exist? Every hole was designed specifically for TGL. They're all brand new holes. They're not replicas. It's not like playing Golden Tee. Well, actually, with some of the holes, it is like playing Golden Tee. You ought to see some of the holes they designed. But there's like a 700-yard par 5. It's ridiculous. But I think, that's going to be kind of the fun part. Will people stick around to watch it? That's the question.
And this may seem like a stupid question, but who's their audience? Golf has a built-in audience. We know what the numbers are. They're a very loyal audience. It's also an older audience. I live in either the number 1 or number 2 golf market in the country. It's Southwest Florida. It's an older audience. With these people are going to be in bed by 10 o'clock. They're not watching they're not. And I don't get it at the country club that I play at. I'm not getting it from the guys there. So who is their audience? Are they trying to build this to a younger group, or do they think they're going to move the golf audience from Saturday and Sunday to Monday night? Where do they expect their audience to come from?
That's a great question. And I can tell you from 14 years with Golf Channel, the holy grail is always to get younger viewers. Golf is obsessed with trying to skew younger. And in terms of play, they have. And the pandemic helped that quite a bit, ironically, that a lot more people and younger people began playing golf. It didn't necessarily translate to a younger audience. And that's always been the goal for the golf industry, and specifically for the networks and the advertisers who are trying to reach a younger audience, because you're right, the golf audience is older. It's predominantly male and predominantly older. And they, meaning sponsors, networks, et cetera, those who are trying to generate business, generate revenue, need younger money to be interested. So, yes, by putting it in prime time, by putting it on ESPN, taking it off the weekend, and delivering this as tech-heavy, and there are a lot of people involved in this who are known to younger golf fans. Justin Ray, who's a great friend of mine, friend of the program on the radio show in Orlando, works for KPMG Insights, and he's like the stat guru in golf. Anybody who follows golf online knows who Justin is, and Justin has been brought in to develop insights and kind of give you the statistical analysis and some behind-the-scenes stuff that I'm sure a lot of that's going to be conveyed online as opposed to during the TV show. So the idea is to get younger. And the idea is, by putting it on ESPN, to get a little wider, to cast a bigger net, and maybe bring some people in that traditionally were not golf fans. But, guys, we're talking about 20, 25 years we've been saying this. I mean, everybody has been trying to get younger in golf, and all kinds of different, from the first tee to the junior PGA to, all the initiatives at the LPGA to get girls playing golf. We've all been trying to get younger players and younger eyeballs. So in that sense, this is one more step. It's not new. It's just the latest attempt to bring some younger people into the game.
My final question is, Whit, are these guys going to talk trash? And you know what I mean? I think for this to work, all right, they have to talk to one another the way they would talk to one another when they're playing a Tuesday round and they're betting. Okay, if you know what I mean. They have to talk to one another the way you and your 3 buddies talk to each other when you go out and play when it warms up. And I'm just curious. These guys are very corporate. Okay. Are these guys going to talk to one another and make this fun?
Will they? We're going to find out. I will tell you that they are aware of this. And I think it was Ricky Fowler who said after media day, if we're boring, if we're not chopping it up, if we suck while we're on the microphone, this thing's not going to work. And Billy Horschel was at media day. He's aware of that. Wyndham Clark said the same thing. I agree with you. I think this needs to have the $5 Nassau or Tuesday practice round vibe for this to work. For these, I think what this simulated golf league hopes to deliver is a little bit of that, bringing you inside the ropes, not in a tournament setting, but in that Tuesday practice setting. We can hear these guys talk to each other the way they talk to each other when they're just out with the boys. And the players are aware of it. And the players, by the way, are excited. They're invested in it. I mean, it was not false optimism when I spoke to them at media day. Like, they're genuinely fired up about this, and they're competitive guys. They hate to lose. It doesn't matter if they're playing a Tuesday round or playing canasta. They don't want to lose. They're competitive athletes. So, it may not be the Masters, but it is a competition, and these guys want to win. So, yeah, I think it's a great point. They're going to need to bring the energy. They're going to need to bring a little bit of personality. And maybe this is an opportunity for a Tiger or a Rory to do that in a safe, controlled environment where otherwise, in a tournament setting, they may not be so willing.
Yeah, and it would be great if some guys talk trash to Tiger. Okay, also, I mean, not just Tiger doing the trash talking. He's Whit Watson, whether it's Golf Channel, NBC Sports, PGA Tour Live, which is carried on ESPN Plus, and 11 a.m. Saturdays, if you get the chance. Making the Cut is the radio show on 96.9 The Game in Orlando. Follow Whit on X at Real Whit Watson, Whit and Watson with 1 T. Whit, thanks for your time and your insight. We'll check in, see how well this is doing, and when the golf season really gets going.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'll be watching tonight, and stay warm, fellas.
And you as well, Whit Watson. Sounds like he's
going to say Floridian right there.
You got it. He's been in the Sunshine State a quarter century or more. Yep.
We were talking off air. I said, yeah, I'm supposed to play Wednesday. He goes, yeah, me too. I'm not.
Yeah. He's seen the forecast for the next week and a half. I'm not so sure he's going to be hitting any balls, except maybe a little bit on the range. That's about it.
Might need that simulator to play a little bit. Maybe I can book the Palm Beach State College course for Friday or Saturday.
It's our poll question. You're going to watch the TGL tonight at 9 o'clock on ESPN. Yes, no, what is the TGL?
11% of you are watching tonight.
Well, that's double what it was.
It is.
Listen, if they got, all right, a normal round of golf, not the major or, or an elite field, but just, a Sunday PGA tournament would get 2.5-3 million viewers. If they only get 11% of that, you're talking about 400,000 viewers.
That would be a disaster. I think.
You think the number's 1 million? They need to be doing on average that this has to be like college basketball. College basketball games get in the high six figures, okay? And a few games cross over and have 2 commas. But, a Baylor Big 12 game on a Wednesday night at 9 o'clock does 800,000.
If they could do that, I think that would be great for them. If they could consistently do between 800,000 and 1 million, I think that would be great for this league.
All right. I don't have faith that these guys are going to talk like they do on Tuesdays when they're gambling. There's a part of me, in all seriousness, I'd want to give them all a shot at like 8:55. I'd almost make it mandatory if I was running this league. All right. You have to do a shot at 8:55. You guys got to loosen up. Let it rip. For goodness sakes, it's simulated golf and you're getting paid. Have fun.
A lot of money. I mean, there's a lot of money at stake for this league. Millions of dollars for the winners. This is no joke when it comes to how the league is being run, which makes me worry even more that it has the ability to stay relevant.
Like Michael in our Twitch chat room is a big pickleball guy. Okay. And he's like, pickleball interests me. This doesn't. Well, listen, for the long, like we laughed at Michael a year or two ago. You and I are not into pickleball. Okay. Pickleball's doing really, really well. Pro leagues, 15 tournaments, they're all televised. And, I mean, a lot of them CBS Sports Network, but still, they're on television.
If it's on CBS Sports Network, is it really on television?
That's a good question, Mark. It's really cutting to the truth serum. All right. It's kind of like that Levitard Samson question, would you go to so-and-so's funeral? I mean, it cuts right to the heart of the matter. If it's on CBS Sports Network, is it on television? I don't think so. No, I don't. Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening. The Diamond District bonus hour is next.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Mhm. I know they tried to hire a female announcer, and contractually she wasn't allowed to do it. So, but yes, I do think that they need to, I mean, I love Marty Smith. Excellent at what he does. But I don't know if I'd go that far because that's kind of making a mockery of it. But
I may turn it on tonight.
I won't.
I doubt it.
I don't think.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And it's the Diamond District bonus hour, final hour of the show in the 239 and the 904. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Niners just fired their special teams coach. The defense coordinator for the Lions has locked in 4 interviews this week, all of them virtual. Jets, Saints, Jags, and I forget the other.
Bears.
So there you go. Vrabel is going to interview in person with the Bears. He can do that because he's unemployed. So there you go. What do we have? 5 openings?
Yeah.
Chicago, New Orleans, the Jets, New England, Jacksonville. Rank them. You're a candidate. All 5 want to interview you. All right. Which job would you want the most?
I think the Jags. And that's number 1. And I think the other ones are all kind of grouped in the same area. The Bears and Jets have ownership problems that I don't know if I want to deal with if I'm a head coach.
But the Bears have a quarterback.
Right. New England would be second.
So you're
because they have a quarterback as well.
So Jacksonville 1, New England 2. That
And
leaves
then
the Saints, the Bears, and the Jets.
The Saints are in cap hell.
Yes, they are. And they don't have a quarterback.
And they don't have a quarterback.
Right.
So is cap hell and a GM that I think will give you time, and Mickey Loomis.
I agree with that. I mean, he gave Dennis Smith almost 3 full years. Dennis Allen, excuse me, almost 3 full years. Saints drafting 9th, Jets drafting 7th, for what it's worth.
I don't like the Bears ownership group. I like I like a lot of their roster, David.
Right.
There's a lot about the Bears that's attractive to me. The problem is that their leadership is not attractive to me. The way they run their organization is not attractive to me. It's where coaches go to die.
Mm-hmm.
Same with the Jets job.
Yep. It's not a good organization.
So I might put the Saints ahead of the Bears because I think I'm going to get more time, but I like the Bears roster better.
Oh, I like the Bears roster a lot better. Even though they finished with the same record this year, I like the Bears roster a lot better.
Right. But that organization's a mess.
I think I'd put the Saints last on my list. And it has
So
nothing to
you
do
take
with.
the Jets job before the Saints job.
I think I would for this reason. First off, I'm drafting 7th as opposed to 9th, so I got a better chance of getting a quarterback this year. Secondly, if I can have any kind of success in New York, all right, I'm set. And they've missed the playoffs now 13 or 14 years in a row. 14 years in a row. So if I make the playoffs once, the other thing is I like their roster better. Like, I think the Saints have gotten old and their best players have gotten broken down. And that's been more than just a 2024 thing. All right. I don't know that I can count on the Saints' best players anymore. And so I think, to me, the Saints roster is the second worst roster of the 5. The Patriots roster is the worst. The Saints rosters, but they have a quarterback. Right. But
I mean, rosters, I think out of all of them, I think the Bears have the best roster. Of the jobs that are available, I think the Bears have the best roster, David.
And they have a young quarterback. Depends on what your opinion of that quarterback is. I would rank Jacksonville number 1, and it's not because I'm sitting in Jacksonville right now. It's because it's the AFC South. I don't have to be that good to be really good, if you know what I mean, quickly. And I'm still on board with Trevor Lawrence. I think they have failed around Trevor Lawrence. I'm on board with Trevor Lawrence, who, by the way, became a dad last night. Him and his wife had their first child yesterday. So, and it's an owner who clearly is patient. He's not going to come in and just fire somebody. I mean, that's obvious. So I would rank it, if I'm a candidate, Jacksonville 1, and I would go Chicago 2, despite Kevin Warren as president of the Bears. And see, I don't count Ryan Poles because I don't think A, Ryan Poles is going to be that long, and B, if so, I think I'll be able to steamroll Ryan Poles. I really do.
And if you bring in an experienced head coach, I think you're right with that statement. But the Bears typically don't bring in a head coach, and I know they're talking about a leader of men and all of those things, but they're leaning towards coordinators. Well, coordinators don't come in and steamroll GMs, David.
Well, in the past, though, but they're interviewing Vrabel. They want to interview McCarthy. Pete Carroll's name has been mentioned with that job. I hope the Bears are going to go about it a different way.
Vrabel's interviewed with the Jets. He's interviewing with the Bears today, and most of us think he already has the New England job.
Right.
So while all of this is going on, in most people's estimation, the best candidate out there, we already have pegged for a job.
Now, let me throw a couple flies in the ointment. And first off, for the record, the 5 teams who have openings today are drafting 4th, 5th, 7th, 9th, and 10th. Let me throw a couple of other possibilities out there. If the Vegas job opens up, what do you think of it?
They don't have a quarterback.
They do not. They're drafting 6th.
No guarantees at 6 you're going to get one of the 2 quarterbacks.
But you're in a position to move up.
You are.
If you really want one. I mean, I have to believe Cleveland is open for business at 2 because they've got $46 million committed to Deshaun. Okay, you know they don't want to admit that's a failure. All right,
setback too with his Achilles.
I know,
yesterday.
And now his status for training camp and what have you is in doubt. Right,
and that's relevant.
Now, you and I would be done with Deshaun. We would do what Sean Payton did in Denver with Russ, We would, and if we don't take the cap hit, we just make him second or third string on the roster, and he'd rot away. We're done. He's taking his last snap if we're running things. But they're clearly thinking differently, and because of it, I think you can win the bidding war for the number 2 spot. Also, you know what? Myles Garrett is looking and sounding like a guy who may talk his way out of there also. I mean, this could be an overhaul for the Browns.
Yeah, I'm not trading Myles Garrett.
Okay. If we don't get a quarterback, I'm trading him. I can get 2 1s for Myles Garrett. This is a great draft for defensive linemen, by the way. A great draft. Best one in years. But, okay, so that's Vegas. Okay. How many of these jobs you put in Vegas ahead of? Vegas or the Saints?
Vegas.
Vegas or the Jets?
Wow. Vegas close.
Okay. So now you're putting it no worse than 4th on the list because Vegas makes a 16. So you've got it behind Jacksonville, behind Chicago, behind New England?
Yes.
Okay. So you have Vegas 4th. All right. Cowboys.
I don't know how good the roster is. I don't want to work for Jera. But it's better than most of the other jobs out there, except for the Jera part.
Right.
Where you're not in charge.
No.
And the players know you're not in charge.
Well, I mean, he just gave Mike McCarthy 5 years. I mean, he gave Jason Garrett like 8.5. I mean, he actually doesn't pull the trigger on coaches quickly. I mean, but you know the coaches don't have final say on personnel, but he doesn't pull the trigger on coaches quickly.
I would take New England and Jacksonville before Dallas.
Yeah, I think I'd take every job but the Saints before I'd take the Cowboys because of Jera. Mm-hmm.
And which coordinator is getting set up to fail the most? Because some of these jobs, I mean, there's only a couple ex-coaches out there that are going to get jobs. The rest are going to be filled with coordinators.
Right. Absolutely.
I mean, you've got Vrabel. You've got Pete Carroll.
Do you think Pete Carroll gets a job?
I do not.
I hope he does. I don't think he will either, but I so hope he does. I couldn't hire Pete Carroll fast enough. And when you say, well, he's 72, 73, may only give you 3 years. In the National Football League, 3 years an eternity. I'll take 3 good years. Let's turn this sucker around. Let's go in the right direction. Done. Look at some of these franchises we're talking about here. Look at the last 2-3 years the Patriots have had. The last year and a half the Jags have had. The last 14 years the Jets have had. I don't know if the Jets could get Pete Carroll to take the job.
I am going to be fascinated with who takes the Jet job.
Rex Ryan. I'm not being a jerk. I'm telling you, he could get this job, Mark. I don't know who wants this job.
Well, when you got the owner's kids running around with Madden ratings or stories of that being about.
You keeping Rodgers? Okay. Is Devontae going to want to stay without Aaron? All right. Breece Hall's not happy. Wilson, the wide receiver's not happy. You're losing your number 2 corner to free agency. He announced his goodbye yesterday. I'm telling you, Rex is going to come close to getting this job. Oh, yeah. Him and the owner have each other's phone number. They talk all the time. Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Only my first day. We do think it's stupid. But, I mean, it's debuting tonight. If we're ever going to talk about it, today's the day to do it. Also, only my first day. We have a huge golf audience. Huge. So, I mean, I can tell it's not your cup of tea, and we're not going to watch. But, although Mark said he might give it 10 minutes.
LIV just put out their full schedule. They're going head-to-head with the tour the last 3 weeks. The FedEx Cup, they're going to have events all 3 weeks of the FedEx Cup. In Michigan, Chicago, and I think Indianapolis, did I see?
Have they announced yet it's on Fox?
They have not.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was the day when. Some final thoughts. All coming up. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Kicked a few things around on this day. We've talked with David Samson and Pat Kirwan and Whit Watson. And you're like, well, what'd you talk to Whit Watson about? It's January 7th. Got a new golf league debuting tonight, the TGL. It's the focus of our poll question. You're going to be watching the TGL, 9 o'clock tonight on ESPN? Yes? No? What the is the TGL? That come good point.
Yes, it is.
I'm a no. Mark
I'm
was
a
a
no. But if
Uh-huh.
there's a chance, if everybody's in bed at 9 o'clock, I may throw on the beginning just to see what it's all about.
Really?
Curiosity's sake.
Huh.
Tiger and Rory both expected to be there. It is their league after all.
Right, but not playing.
Correct.
That's a mistake. That's a mistake. Unless they're going to stay and trash talk. And drink, by the way. I'm telling you, I'm not kidding around. I would openly serve alcohol at this thing.
That's fantastic. Young athletes don't drink the way old athletes did.
No, I know that.
I mean,
I
you might get some great television because they'd be drunk off of 2 beers, but it's just not the modern athlete.
No, I understand. I understand. I love you calling golfers athletes, by the way. All right. But at least, some of these guys are. They're in shape. They work out. I mean,
they'd rather work out than go out drinking.
Yeah, they would. I know. And their personalities show it, too.
You're right.
Uh-huh. Yep. And if I sound biased, I am. And it's not just that, I'm a big drinker, because I'm not. I hardly drink anymore.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know the last time you had a drink.
Right. But there's 2 things that golf needs to do, and really all sports need to do. Pick up the pace and be more fun. And I think one goes hand in hand with the other.
Baseball's picked up the pace. Is it more fun?
I think it is a little bit. I do.
I think the pitch clock has helped it become more fun.
Yeah. I mean, taking 20 to 30 minutes off the games. Yeah. I think it's made it more fun. We have things that we don't like about the game. Starters don't go long enough. Too many damn relievers at the end. Everybody's swinging for the fences. We'd like the ball in play more. which is why playoff baseball is better, because more guys just try to get the bat on the ball in the playoffs, because, striking out apparently is embarrassing in October. It's not embarrassing April through September. But, that's all. I would, be my hope here. If you're going to commit to this thing, let's have some fun, lighten up. I think everybody should have more fun. I think the coaches and what have you, lighten up. Goodness sakes. You're not curing cancer here. It's a game. All right.
No, it's one of the reasons Dan Campbell's probably going to win Coach of the Year, the record and everything they've done. But he is incredibly accommodating to the media. His halftime interviews seem genuine. Seems like he's having fun coaching the team. Now they're winning. It makes it easier.
Right. But it also, how he comes off, Mark? He actually comes across as, hey, this is part of my job. We're a TV show. And part of participating in the TV show is I've got to do 1 to 2 interviews a game. And so don't fight it. Don't give him a hard time. Whether the question's good, bad, or indifferent, just answer it.
Kirby's not fun, but I think he's genuine when he answers his halftime interview questions.
He is. He's a pain in the butt, though.
He is. But he at least to me, you're more in the business than I am. I'm not on location. I'm not at press conferences. I'm not interviewing coaches. But he seems genuine. I don't care if he's a pain in the ass.
Right.
He's genuine when you're in front of the microphone, in front of the camera.
And Mark, you're 100% correct. Kirby's a pain in the butt to get him to go on camera. Once you get him to go on camera, he's fine. He'll answer it, however he wants to answer it. Short, long, fun, not fun. But no, Kirby's difficult to deal with. But once you get to deal with Kirby, he's fine.
But the last interview in that Notre Dame game, how are you going to get back into this? He goes, well, if we'd have converted that 4th and 2, that would have been one way.
Right.
That's 6 seconds of truth right there, man.
Right.
That's a pissed off coach that's letting you know we had an opportunity that just slipped away from us, and I don't know if we can win the game because of it.
By the way, what an awful time for Kirby Smart. His dad apparently fell in New Orleans and died because of the fall.
Died because of complications.
Right.
In surgery. Yes.
Right. Just awful.
Terrible.
So, but that's all. Like it always, the whole Popovich thing always bothered me. Always bothered me. I don't care how great a coach you are. I don't care you're Hall of Famer. Yeah, but come on. You know the drill. This is mandated by the league. Don't take it out on the reporter. Don't take it out on the network. It's mandated by the league. Do your dog and pony show. 30, 40 seconds. Listen, I'd be the same way in North Carolina with Bill. You can't do what he's done for the last 10 months and go back to being what you were. You got to leave that in New England. Now, I'm not expecting you to maybe be what you've been the last 10 months, but you can't go back to. We got to meet halfway.
He was on the recruiting trail yesterday. I'd seen a post that he had a 4-star. I would give anything to be a fly on the wall.
Tell me.
And a Bill Belichick with a high school kid
recruit. Tell me about it. Remember the kid who was getting recruited by Saban and he televised it? Saban was on the other end and he didn't realize that the kid, was doing the Zoom call, but he was then broadcasting it on like Twitch or what have you. Oh my goodness. So much money I'd give just to hear that 5-minute spiel from Bill.
By the way, speaking of money, if it cost Ohio State $20 million for the team they have now, what's it going to cost for Ohio State's team next year just to keep their guys? Because if I'm that receiver, I need a raise.
Well, if I'm that receiver, I'm not being sarcastic here. Do I have to play? No, seriously. Do I have to play? I may spend the next 2 years just suing. I may the law firm that because there are firms that want to take on the NFL. Okay, you could take my case. I'm not playing anymore. I don't have to.
That was different when you weren't getting paid the money he's going to get paid for the next 2 years.
Oh, that is true.
It was one thing when it was cash in a brown paper bag and you were playing for thousands. Now he's going to earn millions. I'm not sitting out 2 years, but I'm getting a raise.
Yeah, you are. You are. Don't know what he made as a freshman, but he's making at least double, if not 3 times that as a sophomore. I say you sign him to a 2-year deal. Don't let him go to year. Okay, try to get a bargain and do a 2-year deal. Think you can get him for 2 for $6?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. We lock up a number 1 receiver that literally no one can cover.
Maybe on Sundays too.
Right.
We're not sure, but it looks as if he's going to be a problem when he gets to the league.
Yeah. I think the Texas corners are going to be like, wow, they didn't have this at Arizona State. No, they didn't. No.
No, Arizona State's best receiver was out for that game anyhow.
Right. I mean, they had a scataboo, but they didn't have one of those. No, they didn't. I love the fact that Texas is coming in Dallas, at the Cotton Bowl, and Texas is the big underdog. They're the afterthought. I mean, if you're a Sark, you got to play that up, don't you? Miller and Moulton.
Would like to thank the sponsors that quite frankly saved the show in 2024, whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department. Thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
The world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 till we're done yapping. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, Chris Perkins to join us on the show tomorrow.
What do you say? Let's get right to it?
Sure.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was a day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com or call 239-427-3441 for their Bonita or Naples locations. That's 239-427-3441. Mention Miller and Moulton and get 10% off. Today in 1927, the Globetrotters play their first game. 1963, tensions became unbearable as Art Modell fires Paul Brown.
Wow.
Right.
Now, I will say 2 years later, they win the title. I mean, they did win the title in 64. But he also ran off Jim Brown. So he ran off Paul Brown and Jim Brown in 3 years.
The 79 championship games were today, and boy, were they thrillers. For those of you that think about days gone by and how competitive the games were, it must be the 79 championships you were thinking about. The Steelers beat Houston 34-5, and the Cowboys shut out the Rams 28-0. 2003, Into Club, was released by Fitty. One of David's favorites.
No doubt.
2008, LSU beats Ohio State 38-24 for the Natty.
In New Orleans.
Yes.
I did feel badly for Ohio State there because they were in the game and all hell had to break loose for LSU to get in the game. And Ohio State's reward was to play LSU in New Orleans. Okay.
Alabama would beat Texas 37-21 for the 12th BCS National Championship today at the Rose Bowl in 2010. Alabama pounded Notre Dame 42-14 in Miami for the Natty today in 2013.
So it was 12 years ago you and I were there.
Yeah.
Feels like 20.
It really does. And in 2019, Clemson pounds Alabama 44-16 for the national championship. Seems like a lot longer ago.
Nick hadn't lost a natty. That was the first, or no, Clemson edged him on the final play of the game 2 years earlier, but that was the one and only time that Alabama got destroyed.
Our 13th president, Millard Fillmore, would have celebrated a birthday today. Kenny Loggins is 77. And if you have Max or HBO, but the Max app, watch the Yacht Rock documentary. It's tremendous.
Okay.
Tremendous. Now, you have to like the music a little bit, but it is well done. And you learn quite a bit about that whole genre that's become a Sirius XM channel.
So if I'm the gopher and I'm dancing side by side, that's not how I should. That was Kenny Loggins, right?
Yeah.
I'm all right. You know.
Very good.
Thank you.
David Caruso is 69. Katie Couric, 67. Ron Rivera is 63. Nicolas Cage is 61. Natalie Golbus is 42. John Lester, 41. Lewis Hamilton, 40. And Lamar Jackson is 28 years old today. What did I miss, David?
He's just turning 28?
Yeah.
My goodness.
Uh-huh.
Man, a Heisman, 2 MVPs.
Now he needs a January, David.
Yeah, he does.
He really needs a January. And this is going to be as tough of a January to get through as there could be.
He's going to have, he needs to get to February. He does at some point. But wow, what a career he's had.
Got anything? Did I miss anything?
No, this guy got killed, the wars at Cuba. No, we're fine.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
I mean, do you want me to bog you down with the last 60, 70 years? I just figured, you know what, today we'll just let it go.
No. I'm with you. I saw a few of those things, and they didn't interest me.
Right. We'll just let it slide. I will say, though, today, this had to freak a few people out. Remember, we were the first, and I believe still only ones to drop the atomic bomb. Imagine if 7.5 years later you were living in the world and President Truman, who's got 2 weeks left in office till he turns it over to Ike, Truman goes, hey, by the way, we've got a hydrogen bomb. Eisenhower, the floor is yours.
General Eisenhower, the floor is yours.
Right.
Soon to become President Eisenhower. Right.
Dwight, can I call you Dwight? Dwight, do with it what you will.
Always loved. I went to a Catholic school in Saginaw Township with the two big rival high schools in Saginaw Township. One was MacArthur. The other one was Eisenhower.
That's outstanding.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
For the good, we go to Missouri, where a monkey in a pink tutu escaped from a Missouri home and was captured by the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. They listed the apprehension of the primate as bananas on their Facebook post. Photos posted on the Sheriff Department's Facebook page show a deputy kneeling on the ground before the tutu-clad monkey approached and grabbed his hands. The Sheriff's Office said it's a great example of how officers having to be prepared to handle whatever the job throws at them. Pretty good to get that monkey in because it's getting cold.
Right.
In Missouri and everywhere else. For the bad, we go to Nottinghamshire, England, where residents are trying to find or solve the mystery of who has been leaving plates loaded with peeled bananas by the side of the road once a month for over a year. The plates loaded with banana peeled started appearing over a year ago across from a local church. They've not been able to figure out who keeps leaving the banana peels there. No one's fallen as of yet. Finally, the ugly.
There's no video cameras in that town?
Apparently not, David. We go to the gritty streets of Bonita Springs, Florida, where Matthew Tobler is an angry man. He was driving aggressively on US 41, flipping off other drivers, then stopped in the middle of the road and threatened another driver and then slashed his tire. Fortunately, the victim was able to snap a picture of Tobler's SUV before he fled the scene. Deputies arrived at his Fort Myers home and arrested him. Slashed a tire. Road rage incident, got out of the car, took a knife, and slashed a tire. What the hell?
I know.
And that's the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Tuesday, January the 7th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department, capecops.com. There are jobs to be had. And if you want to become a police officer in Cape Coral, there is a $10,000 sign-on bonus for new officers. Go to capecops.com.
Association tonight. It's a TNT doubleheader night, 7:30 Lakers Mavs, 10 o'clock Celtics Nuggets. Did you see this factoid? On Sunday, the Denver Broncos beat the defending Super Bowl champion Chiefs. Last night, the Colorado Avalanche defeated the defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. And now the Nuggets will play host to and try to beat the defending NBA champion Celtics. Can the Denver sports teams in a little over 48 hours take down the three reigning champions? Boom, boom, boom.
That's a bit of irony right there.
Yeah. That's interesting little factoid, I thought.
Yeah, I like it.
So Heat are in Golden State tonight. Heat are back to 500 at 17-17. Golden State a 9.5-point favorite at home.
Back-to-back for the Heat after a double OT game last night.
Yep. If you haven't watched college basketball this year, can we try to appeal to you tonight to give it a couple hours? 7 o'clock on ESPN2, top-ranked and undefeated Tennessee will visit the O-Dome. I know they don't call it that anymore. It'll always be the O-Dome. To take on the Gators. The Vols and the Gators are a combined 27-1. The number one team in the country is a 2.5-point underdog on the road. Good matchups tonight. Our system is in play everywhere tonight. Georgia's getting 1.5 at home against 6th-ranked Kentucky. Georgia's 12-2. They're better than they've been in a while. Texas is getting 10.5 at home against 2nd-ranked Auburn. And San Jose State's getting 10.5 at home against 25th-ranked Utah State.
Don't forget, Vandy's getting 2.5 at home against 14th-ranked Mississippi State.
So we have 4 system plays tonight. You want to do it?
Oh, yeah.
So we'll just do all 4?
Just fire all 4. Hope we can get 3.
By the way, the over-under on the Gators Vols is 148.5.
If you want to stay up late, 24th-ranked Michigan's taking on UCLA at 10 o'clock. Couple of ranked teams there. Time to transition. Got to start watching something else. There's only a handful of football games left.
I mean, we're not even talking about 9 o'clock on ESPN, the TGL. Okay. Hockey tonight. We got 10 games. Lightning hosting the Hurricanes. Lightning had a rough road trip out west.
That's a good game right there. These are two good teams. Lightning's been playing pretty well except for that road trip. And Carolina picked up where they left off last year.
Everything's on ESPN Plus tonight. Your Wings are home for Ottawa. Boston's home for Edmonton.
Good game there as well.
Yeah. So
Wings trying to keep a winning streak in order. 4 in a row, David.
Unbelievable. First the Sacramento Kings, now the Detroit Red Wings. Hell, the Montreal Canadiens are playing hockey again. It's been about 4 years since they've done that. I mean, these are strange times.
And your Rangers host Dallas.
Yeah, I'm not sure the Rangers are really a part of the league right now. They're They're trying to avoid relegation.
Well, the timing would be good because the top 4 of the draft are apparently all franchise guys, and it would work out well that the Rangers will end up in the lottery and get one of those top 4 picks because that's what happens every time they get in the lottery.
Yeah, the problem is the Rangers' top 4 picks never amount to anything. They're not the Penguins, Mark. When the Penguins get a high pick, they amount to something. When the Blackhawks get a high pick, they amount to something. The Rangers,
the Blackhawks are a grease fire. They went and got help for Connor Bedard. They added players, and they stink.
Yeah, they're not good.
I mean, they flat out stink.
So there you have it. Great college hoops night. Terrific. I mean, that Tennessee-Florida game, 7 o'clock on the Deuce, that's worth your time. I'll say this about Florida. Florida's very good, as you would expect, 13-1 ranked in the top 10. They go 7 deep and not a guy deeper.
Well, they didn't play defense against Kentucky. I mean, it was a great game. It was super entertaining.
106-100. I don't know how much defense Kentucky played either.
They didn't play much as well. So I'll be curious to see if Florida can step up their defensive pressure tonight against obviously a really good Tennessee team.
I don't know that you need more than 7 to win a natty, though. But the Gators only have 7. He's trying, Golden is, to play an 8th guy, 6 to 15 minutes some nights, but his heart's not in it. They're a 7-man team. I don't know if you need more, but they can't afford an injury.
Problem is getting through the SEC and then going to the tournament. As stacked as that league is, it's tough to be playing twice a week constantly with just 7 with the competition they're facing, David.
But once they get to the NCAAs, they might be fine. I'm with you, Mark. The grind of the regular season, how loaded the SEC is, never mind the SEC tournament, all those games in a short time. It may not fit Florida, but the tournament will. Game, day off, game, 4 days off, game, day off, game. Oh, yeah. Gators can go deep. Miller and Moulton. Bud Elliott, Chris Perkins, Seth Everett tomorrow. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty.
With a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.